As the mysterious briefing commences, YY's query hangs in the air. What do you all think you're doing? CC steps forward, his authoritative tone commanding attention. You there, Team 3 leader. Let's hear IT. The team leader, Ijin Yu, seems to sense an opportunity for clarification, asking what you need to be doing, in a calculated bid to ensure his understanding of the mission is spot on. Meanwhile, Renee AERO's cryptic symbols and diagrams from a previous briefing continue to shape their objectives. As the scene concludes, Ijin Yu's determination is palpable, matched by the focused resolve of his teammates. It's clear they are ready for whatever lies ahead. As Mad Dog leads his team to a specific location, their intentions are made clear: to take Miss Yuna away against her will. They confront team leader and Ijin Yu, demanding that they prepare for the repercussions of their actions. The team leader stands firm in their response, declaring that they are prepared to face whatever comes next. Mad Dog agrees, giving his team the green light to proceed as planned, leaving the fate of Miss Yuna uncertain. As Ijin Yu ponders the complex web of allegiances surrounding her, she comes to a profound realization: she can no longer hide behind others' protection. The threat posed by Yuna Shin, who's willing to harm those trying to safeguard her, sparks a determination within her. Confronting him directly, Ijin asserts her right to protect the people close to her, refusing to let others dictate the terms of her safety. Yuna retaliates with a chilling warning, but Ijin remains steadfast, making it clear that any attempt to harm her bodyguards will be met with resistance. As Ijin Yu and Yuna Shin stood at the airport, the air was thick with tension as they discussed their future plans. Ijin urged Yuna to hurry up, warning that if they didn't leave immediately, they would miss their flight and be left behind. Despite his pleas, Yuna refused to budge, insisting she wouldn't move overseas without him by her side. Frustration began to simmer beneath the surface as Ijin's patience wore thin, and he threatened to lose control if she didn't relent. As the clock ticked away, planes took off in the background, a constant reminder of the time slipping away. With each passing moment, the gap between them grew wider, until finally Ijin could no longer contain his emotions and stormed off, leaving Yuna behind, the fate of their relationship hanging precariously in the balance. As Ijin Yu approaches Mad Dog, who sits calmly on a rock, a sense of tension fills the air. With frustration evident in his voice, Ijin expresses his desire to make his own decisions, tired of being told what to do by others. Mad Dog, unfazed, questions Ijin's ability to handle the consequences of his actions, implying that he doesn't trust Ijin to take care of himself. The leader of the camp's words are laced with a subtle threat, leaving no doubt that he will continue to exert control over Ijin's life unless the young man can prove himself capable of independence. This pivotal moment marks a turning point in Ijin's character development, as he begins to assert his individuality and challenge those who seek to manipulate him. As Ijin Yu sets a confrontational tone, warning others not to bother themselves, Yuna Shin reacts with a mix of frustration and defensiveness, questioning Ijin's true intentions behind his warning. Yuna Shin tries to intervene, suggesting that the group should mind their own business, but Yuna takes issue with her suggestion, passionately defending Yuna's autonomy. He asserts that she is capable of making her own decisions and shouldn't be treated like a little girl, sparking a heated exchange with Ijin, who implies that Yuna is overstepping his bounds and trying to control Yuna's actions. As tensions rise, Grandfather's conflicted emotions boil over as he confronts Ijin Yu's ruthless tactics to force Yuna Shin against her will. The once peaceful atmosphere is shattered as Ijin's questioning of his motives sparks a heated exchange between the two men. Grandfather's words cut deep, revealing his frustration with Ijin's exploitation of Yuna, and he demands that Ijin face him head-on instead of using the young girl as leverage. As their argument reaches its climax, Grandfather's tone turns stern, addressing Ijin with a familiar yet commanding "Gee, Grandpa," underscoring the complex web of emotions and power dynamics at play. As Ijin Yu is confronted with a piercing question about his true desires, he begins to unravel the tangled threads of self-doubt that have been plaguing him. His thoughts turn inward as he confesses his misgivings about taking on a management role in the company, revealing the weight of family expectations bearing down upon him. The fear of causing harm to others becomes a palpable concern as Ijin weighs the risks and uncertainties of embracing a leadership position without true conviction. Ultimately, he comes to realize that there are other paths ahead, and his journey takes on a new trajectory as he seeks out fresh opportunities and possibilities beyond the confines of management. As tensions between the two factions reach a boiling point, Ijin Yu's determination becomes palpable as he prepares to confront Yuna Shin about his decision-making regarding Yona's life. With an air of intensity, Ijin Yu takes center stage, his words dripping with conviction as he expresses his dissatisfaction with Yuna Shin's choices and threatens to take control away from him. The very fabric of their relationship hangs in the balance as these two powerful forces clash over their divergent opinions on how to proceed with regards to Yona. As Ijin Yu's thoughts turn to Yuna Shin and her grandfather, a sense of unease settles over him. His concern for their well-being is palpable as he approaches Mad Dog, who has been holding court with Yuna. "What are your intentions regarding Yuna?" he asks bluntly, his tone firm but controlled. Mad Dog's response only adds to Ijin's uneasy plans to take responsibility for her affairs, a decision that reeks of ulterior motives. With growing conviction, Ijin tells Mad Dog to focus on his own affairs, effectively rebuffing his advances. Taken aback by the rebuke, Mad Dog agrees to leave, seemingly backing down from his initial intentions. The confrontation serves as a turning point for Ijin, showcasing his willingness to stand up for those he cares about and potentially foreshadowing future conflicts involving this enigmatic character. As Ijin Yu stands before the school building, memories of his childhood struggles come flooding back. The echoes of his grandfather's words ring in his mind, reminding him of the importance of education and self-improvement. A letter from Yuna Shin serves as a gentle nudge, encouraging him to pursue his studies and better himself. With these thoughts swirling, Ijin is faced with a crucial decision. Should he return to school or continue down the path he's on? As he weighs the pros and cons, a sense of determination settles in, and he resolves to take control of his future, ready to start anew. As the grandfather's weary eyes meet his companion's calm gaze, he utters a sincere apology, acknowledging that their plans have hit a slight snag. His exhaustion evident, he confesses to having underestimated the pace of their discussions, forcing them to slow down and reassess. His words are met with a measured response from his companion, who accepts the change in plans without hesitation. The grandfather's worn expression betrays the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, while his companion's serene demeanor suggests a deep understanding of the situation. As Ijin Yu pens his heartfelt message, he expresses profound gratitude towards the readers who have walked alongside him on this journey. He extends a special thank you to his esteemed collaborators, story by YC and art by Rakyon, whose unwavering dedication has brought the story to life in breathtaking detail. Reflecting on the series' tumultuous past, Ijin Yu acknowledges that that's how this business works, leaving no doubt as to the significance of this epilogue. With a flourish, he signs off as always ready and willing to come to a partner's alo, hinting at future creative endeavors as the curtain closes on this remarkable tale. As the grandfather sits in contemplation, his thoughts drift back to the moment when he took in Yuna, shunned by her own family. He wonders aloud if she would have amounted to anything without his intervention, the weight of responsibility and guilt evident in his words. But before he can continue this introspection, Ji bursts into the conversation, disrupting the grandfather's train of thought. As it becomes clear that Ji never showed much interest in Yona over the years, a rift between them is revealed. The grandfather then inquires about their current relationship, only to learn that they've been getting along lately, a development that suggests a closer bond than initially thought, as evidenced by Yuna's recent visits to Ji at the office. As Ijin Yu's mind wanders to thoughts of possession, a sudden noise cuts through the air, shattering his reverie. His gaze fixes on Five, who had offered assistance earlier, and he approaches the figure with an unspoken request. "Does your offer still stand?" Ijin asks, his tone hinting at a need for help, but also a sense of entitlement that lingers beneath the surface. The outcome of this tense confrontation hangs precariously in the balance, leaving the viewer wondering what will transpire next between these two characters, their history and motivations simmering just below the surface. As tensions rise regarding Camp Y's potential betrayal, Ijin Yu convenes a meeting with Yuna to discuss the suspicions that have been circulating. With an air of nonchalance, Ijin asserts that it matters little if the camp is indeed treacherous, as long as his orders have been followed. Yuna, unwavering in her loyalty, echoes Ijin's sentiments, cementing their bond. The conversation takes a subtle turn as Ijin broaches the subject of a clandestine meeting at the game room after school, leaving the audience wondering what secrets will be revealed in this covert gathering. As Yuna Shin initiates a conversation with Ijin, he can't help but notice a change in his friend's demeanor, sparking a sense of unease. Ijin responds curtly, expressing his confusion about Yuna's intense focus on gaming and even questioning his own abilities, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Yuna's irritation grows as he takes offense to the jab, labeling it obscene. Despite the tension that now hangs in the air, the two decide to put aside their differences and continue their gaming session together, though Ijin's absence is revealed a virtual presence only, hiding behind a screen. As they wait in the car, Quist urges Ijin Yu to check his phone, citing the possibility of urgent messages awaiting him. Initially resistant, Ijin declines, saying it's fine, but Quist's persistence wears him down. With a growing sense of concern, Ijin finally relents and begins to scan his phone's notifications, leaving us wondering what secrets these messages might hold. As Ijin Yu's evening takes an unexpected turn, he receives a surprise dinner invitation from Yuna Shin. With a hint of hesitation in his voice, Ijin responds with a question about his availability, citing overtime work for tomorrow night. But Yuna's intentions are revealed as she suggests they can have dinner together, implying a desire to bridge the gap between their professional and personal relationships. The tension is palpable as the scene concludes, leaving the audience wondering what lies ahead for this unlikely pair. Ijin Yu's evening takes an unexpected turn when Major approaches him with a mysterious invitation to dinner. The subtle hint of familiarity in Major's tone suggests a deeper connection between the two, leaving Ijin intrigued. As he agrees to join them, Major reveals his plan for secret communication, phone signals at 2100 hours every week. The undercurrent of unease and concern is palpable as Major wryly jokes about hoping they never need to use this method, hinting at a sense of uncertainty on the horizon. As Ijin Yu's thoughts unfold, a mysterious past comes into focus, revealing Mad Dog's involvement in the story. The present moment finds Ijin receiving cryptic intel from an unknown source, which he swiftly shares with Yuna and Yona through a series of enigmatic messages. The group ponders the true purpose behind their camp's orders, with 5 hinting that they were aware of being guided by external forces all along. As the discussions escalate, Ijin Yu uncovers more secrets, fueling speculation about the actual nature of their mission and leaving viewers eager to unravel the truth alongside him. As Ijin Yu sits in quiet contemplation, his mind wanders back to the intense interrogation that left him battered and bruised. He recalls the relentless questioning, the constant pressure to reveal the truth about his survival, and the calculated manipulation by those who captured him. It becomes clear that they were searching for more than just information. They were digging deep to uncover any connection he might have had with Mad Dog, the cunning camp leader who had kept his existence a secret from their superiors. The revelation hits Ijin like a ton of bricks. The camp reported his elimination, when in reality he was still very much alive and on the run. Ijin Yu stands before Mad Dog, who holds out a mysterious cape with a simple command, "Take cape, then." Confusion etched on his face, Ijin hesitantly takes the garment, prompting Mad Dog to offer additional, seemingly cryptic instructions that only serve to deepen the mystery. As he holds the cape, Ijin's brow furrows in contemplation, his expression a testament to his determination to unravel the enigma before him. The air is thick with tension as he stands frozen, awaiting further guidance or instruction from Mad Dog, the very fate of their partnership hanging precariously in the balance. As the memories of his childhood flood back, Ijin Yu's gaze drifts away from the desolate landscape before him, lost in the tumultuous events that shaped his past. A happy family, once full of laughter and warmth, begins to unravel as his father's military career becomes shrouded in secrecy. His mother's involvement in mysterious dealings ultimately seals her fate, leaving Ijin's father consumed by guilt and grief. The weight of these revelations is palpable, and it's no wonder that Ijin stands alone today, grappling with the truth about his family's troubled past. As Ijin Yu sits alone in the dimly lit room, surrounded by the remnants of his past, his thoughts drift back to the days he spent with 6 and 32, their camaraderie forged through shared struggles against the organization that has controlled him for so long. The memories are interrupted by a flashback of his encounter with Yuna Shin, their tender moment together in the forest brutally disrupted by the arrival of Mad Dog, who reveals the shocking news that 6 has been captured. Back in the present, Ijin's reverie is shattered once more as he's confronted by grandfather, standing at the doorway with a choice before him: join forces with his former mentor and continue to serve the organization, or take a bold stand against those who have manipulated him for so long. With resolve etched on his face, Ijin makes his decision, choosing to fight back against the forces that have controlled him, marking a turning point in his journey towards freedom. In a dimly lit room, shrouded in shadows, Ijin Yu's thoughts wander back to the past, haunted by the consequences of his actions. Fragmented images and glimpses of memories surface, revealing significant events that have molded him into the person he is today. He relives a heated argument with Mad Dog and a tender moment gazing at a photograph of Yuna Shin, a poignant reminder of loved ones and lost opportunities. As the scene shifts forward in time, Ijin Yu's troubled expression hints at the weight of his decisions, grappling with the aftermath of a recent event, perhaps the capture of 6. This introspective moment offers a glimpse into Ijin Yu's complex psyche, where past regrets and present turmoil collide, leaving him lost in thought. As Ijin Yu, a teenage mercenary, arrives at the camp, he's already mentally preparing himself for the mission ahead. Upon confirmation of the target, Mad Dog, the leader of the camp, greets him with an air of expectation. But instead of asking about the mission's progress, Mad Dog inquires if Ijin Yu has completed his task already. Frustration begins to simmer beneath the surface as Ijin Yu questions why he was summoned to discuss a mission that's allegedly finished. As Ijin Yu navigates a high-stakes mission, his focus is disrupted by an unexpected phone call from Yuna Shin, brother of the late Yuna Shin. The sudden interruption sparks curiosity and skepticism within Ijin, who questions the timing and nature of the call. He presses Yuna for more information, seeking clarification on the circumstances surrounding Yuna's death, which remains shrouded in mystery. Yuna provides a brief account of the events leading up to his demise, but Ijin's doubts linger, hinting at a larger conspiracy that may have been concealed. As Ijin Yu stands alone, the weight of his conscience bearing down on him like a crushing burden. The recent losses of comrades 30 and 32 still linger fresh in his mind, their fate a constant reminder of the brutal reality of war. He's racked with guilt over not being able to finish off a fallen enemy himself, the emotional toll of battle threatening to consume him. But it's not just regret that plagues him, it's also self-doubt and frustration. He lashes out at Yu, blaming him for putting them all in danger, only to realize his own role in their predicament. The sting of truth cuts deep, leaving Ijin reeling. Just as he's struggling to come to terms with his emotions, Mad Dog appears, urging him to focus on the mission rather than wasting energy on feelings. Though Ijin agrees, his mind begins to wander to the safety of others, including Iron, whose presence is now a concern due to his own involvement. And in that moment, he realizes the stark truth. He must eliminate himself as soon as possible. As Ijin Yu's eyes widened in alarm, a mixture of panic and desperation took hold of him at the mere mention of Oo. His flustered state was palpable as he frantically attempted to conceal something from prying eyes. Dog, ever the perceptive observer, sensed that something was amiss and prodded Ijin Yu with an unspoken warning. The latter's mind reeled as he questioned whether one was indeed standing before him or if it was just a figment of his imagination. But what really caught his attention was the subtle change in one's demeanor, which seemed to be hiding something beneath its surface. Just as Ijin Yu began to unravel the mystery, Limtiai appeared out of nowhere, her eyes gleaming with a hint of recognition, as if memories long buried were stirring to life once more. As Yuna Shin walks into the meeting, Ijin Yu is taken aback by her sudden appearance. Apologetic, Yuna explains she was unable to reach out earlier due to being on a mission. Ijin teases Yuna about being hard to get in touch with, but Yuna clarifies that it's not necessary for Ijin to report everything back to her. The conversation takes a turn as Ijin asks about Yuna Shin, Yuna's brother, and how he's adjusting with his teammates. With a warm smile, Yuna reveals that Yonha has already fit in nicely, earning the love of everyone, no surprise given Ijin's own popularity. As Ijin Yu's demeanor shifts when surrounded by Yuna, his reserved nature gives way to a subtle yet palpable change in behavior. When the two are alone, he opens up, no longer the silent figure he portrays in other settings. Their conversation flows effortlessly, with Yuna revealing her trust in Ijin, asking him to watch over her if anything were to happen to her. Ijin's response is straightforward, inquiring about how they know each other, as if seeking clarity on their connection. As Ando's thoughts drift back to a pivotal moment in his past, he finds himself transported to a foreign land where a chance encounter with Ijin Yu would forever alter their relationship. It was 3 years ago, and Ando was struggling to navigate the complexities of overseas business ventures when 16-year-old Ijin, with his impressive wealth of experience, stepped in to lend a helping hand. Their unlikely friendship blossomed as they shared laughter over games, meals, and exercise routines, showcasing Ijin's remarkable ability to read people well, even sensing Ando's unease beneath the surface. As their bond grew stronger, Ando couldn't help but be fascinated by Ijin's calm and dependable nature, which only added to his intrigue. But just as their conversation was reaching a turning point, an urgent call interrupted the moment, leaving Ando with more questions than answers about this enigmatic figure who had left such a profound mark on his life. As Ijin Yu converses with Yuna Shin, his thoughts turn to his grandfather and sister, who have found success in their respective endeavors. But it's his own future that takes center stage as he reveals his surprise at being part of SW's security team, a path that seems tailor-made for him. Yuna senses an uncertainty in Ijin's tone and gently probes about his plans after graduation, to which he candidly admits he hasn't given much thought. Her words of encouragement are music to his ears, as she shares her high opinion of him, citing Jibe's leniency as a testament to their familiarity and her youth. Just as the conversation begins to unfold like a gentle stream, Mad Dog Ando bursts onto the scene, injecting an unexpected layer of complexity into the exchange, sending ripples through Ijin's thoughts about his future. As Ijin Yu navigates his new role in the Special Warfare Unit, he finds himself overwhelmed by the demands of his duties and struggling to balance them with schoolwork. Feeling burdened, he confides in friend Yuna Shin about his adaptation to the new unit and his social relationships. Despite the challenges, Ijin reveals that he's receiving support from both school and friends, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. As their conversation unfolds, personal matters take center stage as Ijin agrees to visit his grandfather soon, marking a small victory in an otherwise hectic life. As Ijin's thoughts wander back to his childhood, the weight of his troubled past becomes palpable. He can't help but be struck by the warmth of Yuna's relationship with her brother Yonha, a bond he never knew himself. The feeling of being an outsider in this moment is almost suffocating, as if he's a ghost hovering on the periphery of their intimate connection. But then his mind flashes back to a chaotic event that tore him away from his family, leaving him with scars that still linger today. As the present rushes back in, Ijin's expression reveals a mix of emotions: sadness, longing, and perhaps a glimmer of hope. It's Yuna who reaches out to him, her gentle words K1 offering a sense of comfort and reassurance. And as he looks up at her, it's clear that their connection runs deeper than mere camaraderie, forging an unbreakable bond between them. As Ijin Yu's past begins to unravel, we're taken on a journey through his childhood, where he witnessed the brutal interrogation of his grandfather by forest agents. This traumatic event sets the stage for the flashbacks that follow, revealing Ijin Yu's life before joining the camp. We see glimpses of his relationships with Yuna Shin and Ijin Yu, as well as his former connections to the numbers. But it's clear that something went horribly wrong, driving him to abandon the group after witnessing their brutal treatment at the hands of forest agents. Seeking revenge against those who killed his grandfather, Ijin Yu meets Mad Dog, the leader of the camp, and finds a new sense of purpose in life among its ranks. With this turning point in his character development, Ijin Yu makes the decision to join the camp, marking a significant shift in his journey. As the memories of his childhood come flooding back, Ijin Yu is transported to a tender moment with Yuna Shin, a flashback that sets the stage for their heartwarming reunion. The scene cuts abruptly to the present, where Ijin Yu finds himself standing before Yuna Shin, who initially remains oblivious to his presence. With a warm and gentle approach, Ijin Yu reveals himself, greeting her with an unmistakable sense of familiarity and affection. Yuna Shin's initial surprise quickly gives way to warmth as she acknowledges Ijin Yu's presence, their reunion a testament to the deep emotional connection they share. As Ijin Yu navigates through a complex web of intrigue, he's met with an unexpected surprise. One of his former group members is now part of the camp's covert operation. The camp's recent scrutiny seems to be driving their actions, leading Ijin to speculate that they are deploying their best weapons for a high-stakes mission. But amidst this chaos, he notes that the numbers involved are unmanageable, hinting at a situation spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, preparations for OOS, the special experimental unit created from 1,000 recruits, begin in earnest as vehicles and equipment come into view. As the numbers unit's meteoric rise to power came crashing down, a tangled web of deceit and betrayal was revealed. Once a cohesive force, the unit splintered apart after years of grueling training and high-stakes missions, leaving only 40 soldiers remaining. Behind-the-scenes machinations by the numbers' secret ensured Iron's wealth and influence grew exponentially, but this success was short-lived. A renegade soldier, once the de facto leader of the unit, turned against their comrades, inflicting devastating losses and pushing the camp's forces to the brink of collapse. In the aftermath, Iron ordered the remaining numbers to be deployed as solo agents, while new mercenaries were brought in to carry out various missions. This pivotal moment sets the stage for Ijin Yu's one journey, a tale of intrigue, danger, and redemption. As Ijin Yu's past comes flooding back, he's suddenly face to face with his former comrade, Six, who is thought to be nothing more than a memory. The reunion is met with surprise, followed by curiosity, as Six reveals that he wasn't sent by Mad Dog, hinting at the involvement of another party in his capture. As Ijin Yu's world is turned upside down by a shocking revelation, he's forced to confront the harsh reality that Mad Dog knows he's still alive. His grandfather's sudden admission that he hid the truth about one's fate sparks a heated conversation with his sister Ijin and Yuna, who reveals she's not there for Ijin, but rather on a mission to track down someone in South Korea. The mention of Tuk La Kosai sends a ripple of tension through the group as Ijin hints at its connection to someone in Seoul. Grandfather's nostalgic ramblings inadvertently reveal more than he intended, causing emotions to run high and foreshadowing potential conflict with Yuna's brother Yong-ah, who recommends killing Ijin on the spot. As the dimly lit area of the camp unfolds, a tense conversation brews between Ijin Yu and Yuna Shin. Ijin's frustration and anger towards Yuna's pacifist views on war boil over, highlighting their irreconcilable differences. Meanwhile, Yuna Shin watches from a distance, his emotions torn between loyalty to his sister and feelings towards Ijin. The air is thick with tension as the conversation reaches its climax, foreshadowing potential conflicts within the camp that may soon come to a head. As the dimly lit room hung heavy with tension, Ijin Yu and his sister Ijin Yu sat in silence, the weight of their pasts bearing down on them like a physical force. The air was thick with unspoken words and unresolved emotions, until finally Ijin broke the stillness, her concerns about Ijin's actions and emotional detachment sparking an intense reaction from him. With each passing moment, the cracks in Ijin's stoic exterior grew wider, revealing the scars of his time as a soldier, the loss of comrades, the guilt of surviving while others did not. Ijin's attempts to comfort him were met with resistance, underscoring the deep emotional wounds they both carried. In the end, Ijin's withdrawal into silence left Dayan looking on, her concern and worry etched on her face as she struggled to understand the depths of her brother's pain. As the helicopter whisks Ijin away from the chaos, a devastating truth begins to unravel. His friend Six's fate is revealed through a heart-wrenching conversation between Five and Mad Dog, leaving Ijin reeling. But before he can process this new reality, flashbacks of his idyllic childhood with Sister Dayan and grandfather flood his mind, revealing the happy memories that once brought him joy. The harsh contrast between past and present is jarring, as Ijin is forced to confront Five, who has betrayed him by handing him over to their enemies. Mad Dog's sinister plan unfolds, exploiting Ijin's troubled past as leverage against him, but instead of breaking, Ijin refuses to comply, leaving the scene hanging precariously on the edge of a cliff, hinting at catastrophic consequences for his defiant actions. As the darkness of the cell envelops him, Ijin Yu is confronted by the relentless interrogator known as Mad Dog, his loyalty to the camp called into question. But Ijin's thoughts are elsewhere, haunted by the traumatic memories of a fateful mission that left an indelible mark on his psyche. Flashbacks of comrades lost and personal struggles unfold like fragmented puzzle pieces, revealing the significance of his past experiences with Dayan, Yonba, and grandfather. As Mad Dog continues to taunt and manipulate Ijin, he responds with a mix of defiance and vulnerability, hinting at the depth of his emotional scars. The tension builds as this turning point in the narrative unfolds, exposing Ijin's inner struggles while introducing conflict that will shape the story to come. As the sun sets over the cityscape, Ijin Yu and Yuna share a poignant conversation on the rooftop, their words weaving together like threads of fate. Ijin's voice cracks as he recounts his past, revealing the scars of a traumatic experience that still linger. His friend's untimely death in combat left him grappling with feelings of guilt and responsibility, leading him to abandon his elite unit and flee the camp. With Yuna's empathetic ear, Ijin finally finds solace in sharing his story, acknowledging the weight of his past but yearning for a chance to move forward. Yuna's words of encouragement offer a beacon of hope, promising her unwavering support as Ijin takes his first steps towards redemption. As the rooftop fades into the distance, their conversation concludes on a note of closure and newfound understanding, marking a crucial turning point in Ijin's journey. As darkness closes in around him, Ijin Yu sits alone in his cell, surrounded by remnants of a life once full of purpose as a soldier. His gaze drifts to an old photo, and memories of happier times with his sister Dayan flood back, reminding him of the innocence he's lost. Flashbacks of camaraderie with comrades 5, 6, and 32 surface, highlighting the bonds forged in battle. But reality soon sets in as Ijin is confronted with his current predicament, captive at the mercy of Mad Dog and forest agents. The weight of his mortality bears down on him as he reflects on how he became a prisoner of war. As the scene comes full circle, Ijin returns to the present, lost in thought, contemplating his next move amidst the shadows of uncertainty. As Ijin Yu ventured into the forest, his solitary stroll was abruptly disrupted by the stealthy ambush of Mad Dog's agents. With lightning speed and ruthless precision, they overpowered him, snatching him from his unsuspecting stride. As he struggled against his captors, a glimpse of Yuna Shin watching from afar hinted at a familial connection to Ijin's predicament. The fate of this pivotal character now hangs in the balance as he is dragged deeper into the forest, leaving a trail of uncertainty in his wake. As Ijin Yu's troubled thoughts swirl around him like a maelstrom, the weight of his past deeds crashes down upon him. A haunting montage unfolds, revealing the countless comrades he has lost in battle, their faces forever etched in his mind. The stark reality of his 26 fallen allies is brutally laid bare, serving as a gut-wrenching reminder of the devastating toll of his actions. Overwhelmed by guilt and moral anguish, Ijin's resolve begins to fray, threatening to unravel the very fabric of his being. Meanwhile, Mad Dog jeers at him with glee, exploiting Ijin's inner turmoil for his own sinister purposes, forcing our troubled hero to confront the darker aspects of his past and the morally dubious choices he has made. As Ijin Yu reflects on his troubled past, Memories of his teenage years as a mercenary resurface, painting a vivid picture of survival and moral compromise. He recalls the grueling times with his comrades in arms, where they relied on each other to stay alive amidst the chaos. But it's not long before he confronts the darker aspects of their existence, the cold calculation of killing for personal gain, and the blurred lines between right and wrong. Despite this, Ijin emphasizes that he never took a life out of malice, only following orders to neutralize threats within the camp. This flashback into his past reveals the complex moral landscape Ijin navigated as a teenager, setting the stage for his current journey. As Ijin's memories of the past begin to resurface, his eyes narrow as he confronts Yuna with a fierce accusation. "Why did someone else take out our comrades?" he demands, his tone laced with suspicion and betrayal. It's only then that Ijin reveals the shocking truth. He had no knowledge of their fate until much later, leaving him to wonder if Yuna was behind the massacre. The tension between them is palpable as Ijin points a finger at Yuna, suggesting she was the one who orchestrated the betrayal that took the lives of 5, 6, and 32. The air is thick with mistrust and hostility as these two former allies clash, their conversation hanging precariously in the balance. As Ijin Yu's thoughts dwelled on the moral burden of killing innocent civilians for the camp, their introspection was abruptly interrupted by Yuna Shin's astute observation about a change in their demeanor. With an air of curiosity, Yuna posed a question that cut to the heart of Ijin's turmoil. Why did they seem different? The flinch that followed betrayed Ijin's guilt and discomfort with the true nature of their actions, revealing the depth of their internal conflict. Meanwhile, Yuna's teasing remarks, laced with frustration and familiarity, underscored the complex dynamics between the two characters as they navigated this pivotal moment. As Ijin Yu ventures deeper into the forest, his tranquility is abruptly shattered by a surprise ambush from a group of forest agents led by Yuna Shin. Yuna Shin, part of the group, demands to know what Ijin Yu is doing in the forest, but before any answers can be given, Mad Dog appears out of nowhere, taking down several agents with his impressive martial arts skills. Seizing this opportunity, Ijin Yu makes a run for it, with Mad Dog covering him as they desperately try to escape from their pursuers. As they flee through the forest, Ijin Yu struggles to keep up with Mad Dog's relentless pace, leaving no doubt about the gravity of their situation. As Ijin Yu and Yuna embark on their mission to infiltrate the forest, they don disguises and blend into the surroundings, expertly avoiding detection by Mad Dog's team. They navigate through the dense foliage, relying on their knowledge of the environment to sneak past a group of patrolling forest agents undetected. As they approach the perimeter of the forest, their skills are put to the test, and they successfully evade detection. Finally, they reach the entrance to the forest where Mad Dog's suspicious gaze meets them. With their convincing disguises as numbers 5 and 6, Ijin and Yuna gain entry into the forest, setting the stage for their next move. As the dust settles, Ijin Yu receives a message from Jin's alert, confirming that the operation to escort key figures out of danger has been successfully concluded, and security measures have been reinforced to unprecedented levels. The mission may be over, but its implications are far-reaching, as evidenced by the caption that flashes across the screen. All key figures of SW have been escorted home and security has been reinforced. Sigh. With this new sense of stability, Ijin Yu's calm demeanor suggests a job well done, his expression a testament to the satisfaction of a mission accomplished. As the threat looms, Ijin Yu's frustration boils over into anger towards Mad Dog, who had known about his survival all along but kept it a secret from everyone else. Why would Mad Dog keep this information to himself? Ijin wonders as he weighs the possibilities in his mind. He decides to call Mad Dog immediately, but wants answers before confronting him what could be the reason behind such secrecy. The possibility that Mad Dog's silence might have neutralized a threat from someone else sends a shiver down Ijin Yu's spine, but he also can't shake off the nagging feeling that Mad Dog might have killed someone else, and there's an eerie connection between the two events. As Ijin Yu ponders the events that unfolded, a web of intrigue begins to unravel. The question lingers: what truly transpired during the incident? The possibilities swirl, tantalizingly close yet shrouded in mystery. It's possible even plausible that numbers thought to be nothing more than memories are in fact alive and hidden from view. But as the truth begins to seep into the light, a sense of foreboding settles in. Whatever is revealed cannot be good. The images flash by, disjointed and without clear context, leaving only questions in their wake. And then the enigmatic ding-dongs appears, like a riddle waiting to be solved, plunging us further into the depths of uncertainty. As Ijin Yu flees through the forest, his agility allows him to dodge the relentless pursuit of Mad Dog and his team, who have formed a trap around him. But just when all hope seems lost, Yuna Shin bursts onto the scene, taking down some of the agents with her skills. Yuna Shin soon follows, expertly distracting Mad Dog's team and creating an opening for Ijin to make a break for freedom. With his siblings covering his back, Ijin seizes the opportunity to escape, leaving his pursuers hot on his heels. As Ijin Yu, dressed in a stealth suit, infiltrates the forest agent's base, his intentions are clear: to rescue Yuna Shin from their clutches. But his plans are quickly foiled as he's confronted by Mad Dog and Yuna Shin, who seem to be working together with the agents. The tension builds as the agents arrive on the scene, setting up a tense standoff between Ijin, the Shins, and themselves. As Ijin tries to reason with Yuna, urging her to leave with him, she appears hesitant, caught in some unknown circumstance. Just when it seems like things are about to escalate further, Mad Dog intervenes, seemingly siding with Ijin. As Ijin Yu delves into the mystery of Forest's network, he finds himself entangled in a web of secrets and lies. Standing alongside Mad Dog, he pores over the cryptic clues displayed on the screen before him, his mind racing to decipher the code. But it's not until Mad Dog drops a tantalizing hint about security agents operating under the radar that Ijin's curiosity is piqued. What could be the connection between 111's network and Forest? The enigmatic messages flashing across the panel seem to hold the key, but will Ijin be able to unravel their meaning before it's too late? As Ijin Yu's group ventured deeper into the forest, their hushed conversation about retrieving a valuable resource was suddenly disrupted by an ambush from shadowy figures armed to the teeth. Mad Dog burst onto the scene, his combat skills leaving several Forest agents reeling. But despite their initial gains, Ijin Yu and the others found themselves overwhelmed as more enemies arrived, pinning them down with sheer numbers. Yuna Shin valiantly tried to protect her leader, but even she wasn't immune to the relentless assault, falling victim to injury in the process. As the dust settled, Ijin Yu's group stood on the brink of defeat, surrounded by their foes, their fate hanging precariously in the balance. As Ijin Yu and Mad Dog navigated the dense forest, their hushed conversation revealed a plan to rescue Yuna Shin from the clutches of the Forest agents. Unbeknownst to them, their covert operation was about to be disrupted as they stumbled upon a group of agents who were caught off guard by their sudden appearance. With Mad Dog taking the lead in combat, Ijin Yu used his agility to evade attacks and attempt to reason with the agents, but it soon became apparent that more reinforcements would be needed. Enter Yuna Shin, whose impressive martial arts skills sent the Forest agents reeling. As the chaos unfolded, Ijin Yu seized the opportunity to grab Yuna Shin and make a break for it, while Mad Dog provided cover fire to fend off their pursuers. With the group safely escaping into the woods, they found themselves hotly pursued by the determined Forest agents, setting the stage for an intense chase through the unforgiving terrain. Ijin Yu's desperate flight through the woods takes a brutal turn as he's cornered by Forest agents, their cold intentions clear: capture him and bring him back to the forest. But just as all hope seems lost, Yuna Shin bursts onto the scene, unleashing a fierce counterattack that gives Ijin a narrow window of escape. Just as quickly, Yuna Shin appears, revealing she's been tracking her sister's movements, and joins forces with Ijin to fend off their pursuers. As the agents regroup for another assault, the trio makes a hasty retreat into the darkness, their survival dependent on swift action and cunning strategy. As Ijin Yu's desperate attempt to escape is thwarted by a group of Forest agents, he finds himself being dragged away, his struggles futile against their superior strength. Yuna Shin and Yuna Shin, seemingly powerless, watch from afar as Ijin's fate hangs in the balance. The agents bring him to their base, where Mad Dog awaits with an unnerving air of superiority, his gaze piercing Ijin's determination. As transmission failure messages flash across the screen, Ijin Yu's eyes narrow, reflecting on the dire situation at hand. His team, once connected to their allies and higher-ups, now finds themselves disconnected and isolated. No need for unnecessary noise or communication, he murmurs, hinting at a desire to remain under the radar and avoid detection. With this in mind, they devise a plan to throw off the dispatched unit's tracking signal, racing against time to stay one step ahead of their pursuers. Amidst the chaos, a teenage girl named Rei is introduced, her role unclear but her presence shrouded in mystery. The scene concludes with an enigmatic message and an image of a mysterious device, fueling the sense of intrigue and uncertainty that has defined this pivotal moment in the story. As Ijin Yu stands faceless against an unseen interlocutor, a sense of foreboding settles over him like a shroud. The mysterious figure probes his mind, asking if he remembers everything, hinting at secrets and memories long buried. Ijin's responses are laced with hesitation and warning, as if he's desperately trying to shield himself from the truth. But the unknown character persists, revealing that 32 did not meet their demise recently, and that a connection between them and Ijin Yu runs deeper than mere coincidence. As the conversation concludes, Ijin's countenance betrays his unease, his thoughts consumed by the implications of this enigmatic exchange, leaving him to grapple with the darkness that lurks beneath the surface. As Ijin Yu reflects on the past, memories of his fallen comrades A32 and A6 come flooding back. His mind reels as he re-examines the circumstances surrounding their supposed deaths, whispers of foul play echoing through his thoughts like a haunting melody. The weight of responsibility settles heavily upon him, festering emotional wounds that refuse to heal. Yuna, his sister, confronts his detachment from the tragedy, her words piercing the armor of his guilt-ridden heart as she reminds him of the high esteem A6 and A32 held for him as their leader, a painful reminder of the burden he still carries. As Ijin Yu's intense gaze pierces through the air, he barks out a command, "Kill them!" The aftermath unfolds in a flurry of action, with his enemies seemingly defeated. But Ijin's suspicions are piqued, and he demands to know if they are hiding something. "Why, you know something, don't you?" P rings out, revealing the depth of his emotional investment. The enemy's response throws him for a loop. "You're not dead," they reveal in panel 27, leaving Ijin stunned. His next outburst, "They are not dead," betrays a sense of deep disappointment and betrayal, as the mask of anger cracks to reveal a glimmer of vulnerability beneath. As Ijin Yu confides in Yuna Shin, the weight of their deception settles heavily upon them. Frustration etched on his face, he warns that if their ruse is discovered, they'll be hunted relentlessly by the camp with no escape from the consequences. He reveals the elaborate plan orchestrated by Mad Dog to eliminate them, sending Yu to fake his own death and frame him for the murder. The revelation raises more questions than answers, as Ijin Yu hints that Mad Dog's true motives remain shrouded in secrecy. Meanwhile, Yuna Shin shares a chilling update about Mad Dog's connection to 6, leaving no doubt that their lives are entwined in a deadly dance of cat and mouse. As the mission comes to a close, Ijin Yu and his teammates let loose, reveling in their success with laughter and camaraderie. The air is filled with the joy of victory, but it's short-lived, as their merriment is suddenly cut short by a collective realization that strikes a chord. Ijin's quick wit and sharp tongue soon have everyone laughing again, momentarily lifting the mood. However, as they continue to celebrate, the weight of their responsibilities begins to sink in, with some team members reflecting on the personal toll their actions may take. The atmosphere shifts, and concern etches its way onto the faces of those around Ijin, a stark contrast to the earlier euphoria. As Ijin Yu's eyes locked onto the target on his scope, he was confronted with a harsh reality. The unknown entities surrounding him posed a question that pierced through his resolve. What would he do now that his cover had been blown? With his mission compromised and his anonymity shattered, Ijin Yu realized he could no longer continue. His explanation to these mysterious figures was stark. The exposure had put an end to any chance of success. And so, with a seemingly resolute decision, Ijin Yu turned away from his objectives, opting instead for a return home, leaving the original mission abandoned. In the midst of a tranquil hideout, Five's life is turned upside down as they are ambushed by a group of skilled assassins. The leader of the group, with an air of familiarity, probes Five about their motives, alluding to the latter's notorious reputation and unparalleled skills. As tensions escalate, Five accuses the leader of orchestrating the ambush, citing their knowledge of the route as evidence of betrayal. The leader vehemently denies involvement, instead suggesting that Five might have targeted someone else, a likely reference to Yuna Shin. Frustration and agitation boil over in Five, culminating in a physical confrontation with the leader. Despite warnings to calm down, Five refuses to back off, ultimately choosing to terminate the mission and walk away. As the dust settles on recent events, Yuna Shin sits down with her grandfather for a heart-to-heart conversation. The tension is palpable as they discuss the aftermath of what has transpired, with grandfather seeking reassurance that the worst threat has been neutralized. But before they can find closure, Anno interrupts their moment with a cryptic warning to someone likely Ijin Yu not to look for him anytime soon. This sudden interruption only serves to heighten the sense of unease as Yuna and grandfather's conversation becomes increasingly intense. Grandfather reveals his reasoning behind believing they are finally safe from harm, but it is Yuna who presses him for more information, eager to understand the extent of their danger. As Ijin Yu confronts a former comrade, the air is thick with tension as they reveal the shocking truth: the target of the attempted assassination was none other than Ms. Sin. The former agent, a specialist in elimination, admits to their involvement, but claims to be stumped by the motive behind the attack. Ijin Yu's piercing gaze demands answers, sensing that there's more to the story. The former comrade's evasive responses only fuel his suspicions, and he presses on, determined to uncover the truth. As the mysterious agent sets his sights on eliminating the target, Ijin Yu receives unsettling news about the failure of their mission and his comrade's abrupt departure. The question burns in his mind: what happened to Yuna Shin? The answer is stark: there's no hope for her return, leaving Ijin to confront the harsh reality that their partnership is truly over. This sudden turn of events forces him to re-evaluate their situation, weighing the pros and cons of potential strategies. With the likelihood of another attempt at capturing Ms. Sin dwindling, Ijin Yu calculates that it would be easier to manage his current circumstances than face Yuna as a formidable opponent. As Ijin Yu opens up about his mysterious past, we're taken on a journey through the uncharted territories of his mercenary life. 5 years prior to his return home, he was a highly skilled operative, honing his skills and building a reputation as a formidable force. But it's clear that Yuna Shin knows more about his history than she's letting on, her probing questions piercing the veil of his secrecy. As Ijin Yu begins to reminisce, we catch glimpses of a life marked by action, adventure, and perhaps even danger. But just as we're getting closer to uncovering the truth, he's interrupted by Yuna Shin's pressing inquiry: what happened during those 5 pivotal years. The scene ends with Ijin Yu leaving the question unanswered, leaving us craving more insight into his enigmatic past. As Mad Dog patrolled the plane crash site alongside his comrades, he stumbled upon an unexpected sight: a child survivor, unconscious and injured among the wreckage. His initial reaction was skepticism, questioning whether it was worth bringing this young one back to the camp's unforgiving environment. He couldn't help but recall the countless others who had been brought into their midst, only to struggle to adapt and survive in the harsh reality of the camp. Even seasoned individuals, Mad Dog mused, were struggling to stay afloat amidst the brutality that surrounded them. What chance did this child stand? As Ijin's eyelids flicker open, a mysterious voice pierces the silence, its words echoing through his mind: "Oh, Sure, awake, so get up." The unknown speaker's demand seems to have an instant effect on Ijin, who slowly rises from the ground, his movements sluggish and disoriented. As he stands up, his gaze falls upon a desolate wasteland devoid of any signs of civilization or life. His eyes scan the barren landscape with growing unease, a mixture of fear and determination etched across his face as he prepares to face the unknown challenges ahead. As the doors open, Ijin Yu steps into the training room, where Mad Dog awaits with an air of authority. The leader of the camp outlines their mission, a series of hand-to-hand combat exercises designed to hone Ijin's skills. With laser-like focus, Ijin follows Mad Dog's guidance, his movements fluid and calculated as he demonstrates his mastery of combat techniques. As the session unfolds, Mad Dog offers words of praise, acknowledging Ijin's natural talent and dedication to training. Despite areas for improvement, it's clear that Ijin is on a path towards becoming a formidable warrior under Mad Dog's tutelage. As Ijin's grandfather and Mad Dog converse, the weight of the crash and its aftermath settles between them like a palpable fog. The grandfather expresses frustration with the ineffective medication they've paid for, his words laced with desperation as he pleads for a solution to his grandson's precarious condition. But Mad Dog remains unyielding, pointing out that Ijin would have perished long ago if not for their intervention. The grandfather's warning hangs in the air like a dire prophecy. He might still die from this condition, depending on his luck. As Kyo stood at the threshold of the camp's initiation process, Ijin Yu approached him with a serious tone, making it clear that joining the ranks was impossible without completing the ritual. But Kyo's uncertainty mounted as he feared for his safety, and Dayan Yu chimed in, suggesting even the initiation seemed uncertain for someone like him. The group watched with keen interest as Mad Dog loomed in the background, while Yuna Shin tried to calm Kyo down with words of encouragement. Ijin Yu's eyes flutter open, only to be met with the unfamiliar surroundings that seemed to bear witness to a recent horror. His breathing is labored, a reflection of the turmoil brewing within him. As he struggles to calm his racing thoughts, the weight of his precarious situation slowly begins to sink in. The crushing reality of being pursued by forest agents and the camp dawns on him, threatening to consume him at any moment. In this state of heightened anxiety, Ijin's inner monologue reveals the true extent of his fear, his mind racing with the endless possibilities of danger that lurk around every corner. As Ijin Yu lies helpless on the ground, his thoughts are consumed by uncertainty and defeat. He's struggling to find a reason to keep fighting, but his mind is blank. That's when Ag bursts onto the scene, urging Ijin to snap out of it and get back up. But Ijin's not convinced, questioning Ag's words and wondering if they truly understand what's going on in his head. Ag's response is swift and decisive. Time for thinking is over. It's time to take action. Will Ijin heed the warning or continue down a path of self-doubt? As Ijin Yu confronts his grandfather about his lack of understanding regarding MEP, the tension builds in the air. His grandfather remains silent, leaving Ijin to wonder if he's even listening. Just as frustration reaches a boiling point, a ringing phone interrupts the conversation, and Ijin answers it to reveal Jin on the other end. The sudden shift in focus brings news of Ji being targeted, with an LPDMNL assassin lurking in the shadows. As Ijin processes this new information, his grandfather's silence hangs heavy in the background, casting a shadow over the scene. As the dust settles from the recent assassination attempt, Ijin Yu finds himself face to face with an unknown individual, the conversation unfolding like a delicate dance of words and motives. The assassin's escape has left Blitz scrambling to detain them or uncover the identity of the mastermind behind the hit, but it seems that fate has other plans. With the threat neutralized, the mysterious figure warns Ijin that the truth behind the attack may be harder to uncover than expected. But just as the tension begins to dissipate, a new and unexpected challenge arises. An old comrade emerges with designs on someone under Ijin's protection, stirring up concerns about past conflicts and potential repercussions. As Ijin Yu goes about his day, he's constantly connected to those around him through a flurry of text messages with friends Yuna Shin and Yuna Shin. But amidst the casual chatter, an enigmatic message from an unknown sender catches his attention. Aland CTAS to IT. His response is brief and straightforward before moving on to another conversation that's laced with emoticons and informal language. The tone shifts as he takes a solitary stroll down the street, lost in thought. As the weight of worry settles upon Ijin Yu, he sits alone, lost in thought. The approach of Yuna and Yoma breaks the silence, their concerned expressions a testament to the unease they sense in him. Dayan's words then spark a conversation about their relationships with Yona, revealing the depth of her concerns regarding their compatibility. But Ijin's mind is also preoccupied with their gaming performance, his thoughts lingering on their ranking. As the discussion comes to a close, Ijin's concern remains palpable, though the true nature of his worries remains shrouded in mystery. As Ijin's eyes scan the mysterious image, a mix of surprise and concern etches itself on his face. He stumbled upon something unexpected, a hidden message or secret left behind by his grandfather that has piqued his curiosity. The code-like symbols and markings on the image seem to hold a deeper meaning, and Ijin is determined to decipher their significance. With a thoughtful expression, he delves into the mystery, his mind racing with possibilities as he attempts to unravel the secrets hidden within. As the cityscape fades into view, a lone figure emerges from the shadows, none other than Ijin Yu, also known as Un. His anonymity is short-lived, as he's approached by an unknown individual who leads him to a secluded location. There, he meets Yuna Shin and Yuna Shin, representatives of the enigmatic organization Forest. They reveal they've been tracking him for quite some time, and his unique skills have earned him a spot within their ranks. With his new code name, Un, Ijin Yu is ushered into a world of mystery and intrigue as he begins his training with fellow recruits, including the cautious Daein Yu. As he navigates this new reality, he's confronted by Mad Dog, who sets the tone for his future endeavors. As Ijin Yu's training session reaches its climax, Balmy issues a direct command that sends the young warrior scrambling to fulfill his duty. But what exactly does he need to bring? The uncertainty only adds to the tension as Ijin Yu struggles to keep up with his demanding mentor's demands. With each step forward, Ijin Yu is met with words of caution and warning from Balmy, who emphasizes that this may be his last training session and failure is not an option. As Ijin Yu's body begins to falter under the strain of his injuries, Balmy drives home the point: being hurt is no excuse for defeat. With time running out and the stakes at an all-time high, Ijin Yu must summon every last ounce of strength if he hopes to emerge victorious from this grueling test. As Mad Dog steps into the scene, a sense of clarity and determination settles over him. He takes charge of his unit, his tone firm as he declares he'll handle the situation personally, imbuing him with a sense of responsibility and ownership. Meanwhile, Yuna Shin seems to be testing his authority, but Mad Dog's aggressive demeanor leaves no room for doubt he will not back down. The tension builds as Mad Dog stands firm, refusing to yield, leaving the impression that this is just the beginning of his unwavering leadership. As Ijin Yu's thoughts unfold, he finds himself pondering the weight of responsibility that comes with setting an example for those around him. He resolves to take on a leadership role and put his comrades in their place, driven by a sense of duty and obligation. But as he delves deeper into this introspection, an unknown voice whispers words of caution, urging him to prioritize his own survival before attempting to save others. The voice also warns Ijin Yu that some individuals are beyond redemption, leaving the young man with a heavy heart and a crucial decision to make. Will he follow the path of righteousness or succumb to the darkness? As Ijin Yu sits alone in his home, an old photo of himself and his sister Daein brings forth a torrent of memories, transporting him back to a time when laughter and playfulness filled the air. The nostalgia is palpable as he reminisces about their childhood escapades, but the tranquility is short-lived, as the sound of footsteps outside announces the arrival of someone. Yuna Shin's concern for Ijin's well-being is evident in her gentle tone as they engage in a poignant conversation about the weight of their past on their present. The sudden appearance of Mad Dog injects an air of tension, and Ijin's agitated response reveals the depth of his guilt and anxiety over losing Daein. Grandfather's words of wisdom attempt to soothe the storm brewing within Ijin, ultimately leading him to a moment of clarity about the importance of moving forward. As Ijin Yu stands before Yuna Shin, they are met with a mixture of praise and skepticism. The seasoned instructor commends the young recruit for their exceptional potential, but Mad Dog's sudden appearance only serves to stir up doubts. With a wink, he teases Ijin about their well-rounded skills, hinting that perhaps they are not fully committed to their training. Undeterred, Yuna Shin steps in, offering guidance on the importance of self-control. demonstrating physical restraint techniques with calm precision. As Ijin watches intently, a flashback sequence flashes back to a moment when their anger and impulse control were put to the test, only to return to the present where Yuna Shin drives home the value of discipline and self-control for a successful agent. As Ijin Yu stands before his grandfather, he pleads for cooperation with the agents from Forest, desperate to secure their family's survival. His grandfather remains skeptical, but Ijin's words resonate, and the old man begins to consider the proposal. Just as it seems a decision is within reach, Yuna Shin bursts into the room, her concerns about trusting the agents palpable in the air. Yuna Shin attempts to soothe the tension, urging caution before making a choice. But Mad Dog's sudden arrival upends everything, revealing his allegiance to Forest and sending shockwaves through the room. As Ijin Yu joins the fray, sharing insight into the agent's plans, the family is forced to confront their differences and put aside their suspicions in order to survive. Ijin Yu's confidence is put to the test as he's confronted by his superior, Mad Dog, who sees potential in him as a special project unit recruit. With a swaggering tone, Ijin Yu responds confidently, convinced that he's the best among the group. However, Mad Dog takes aim at Ijin Yu's ego, mocking his past struggles and weakness during training, sending the conversation spiraling into aggression. Despite being shaken by the verbal assault, Ijin Yu refuses to back down, revealing a resolve that belies his confident exterior. In a flashback sequence, a younger Ijin Yu is seen trying out for a special team, where he meets Yuna Shin and forms an unlikely bond. As the scene unfolds, it becomes clear that Yuna has been training Ijin for a specific purpose, but the exact nature of their connection remains shrouded in mystery. The flashback cuts to the present, where Ijin is shown reflecting on old memories with Yuna, his thoughts consumed by feelings of guilt and regret about past events. As he gazes up at the sky, it's as if he has finally pieced together a long-forgotten truth, sparking a realization or decision that will set him on a new path. As Ijin Yu's emotions reach a boiling point, he can't help but lash out at Yuna Shin, his frustration and anger building with each passing moment. The photograph of his sister Dayan serves as a poignant reminder of the emotional turmoil that has been plaguing him, adding fuel to the fire of his discontent. Yuna Shin's attempt to intervene only seems to exacerbate the situation, as Ijin Yu's feelings of helplessness are further compounded by the mention of Mad Dog and the unresolved circumstances surrounding him. As Ijin Yu sits down with Yuna Shin, he urges her to keep silent for a while, revealing that the camp won't be able to launch a pursuit against Jae-sin until they unravel the mystery behind the ambush that occurred. But despite his words of caution, Yuna's feelings towards him remain unchanged, and she openly expresses her dislike for Ijin's presence in her life. Ijin Yu's frustration boils over as he confronts his sister, Yuna Shin, about her betrayal. She reveals a shocking truth: some members of their group failed, including the tragic loss of Ando. Ijin's anger and disappointment explode as he lashes out at Yuna for abandoning them without a choice, leaving only a few survivors behind. But Yuna remains calm, her words laced with a sense of detachment, implying she has long since moved on from their shared past. The weight of her indifference crushes Ijin, leaving him lost and confused, struggling to comprehend why someone like Yuna would end up in such a desperate situation. As the darkness of his room envelops him, Ijin's thoughts are transported back to a childhood memory where his grandfather shared with him the secrets of Forest, a place where people seek solace and peace. But his grandfather's words also carried a warning: getting too close could be treacherous. The flashback fades away, leaving Ijin standing before a vast map of Forest, agents from the mysterious organization lurking in the shadows behind him. Suddenly, a whispered voice calls out his name, hinting that he is being watched, and the air is thick with tension as he contemplates his connection to this foreboding place. As the dust settles on a desolate landscape, Ijin's flashback reveals a glimpse into his past struggles with his sister Dayan. The harsh reality of their situation is starkly contrasted with the tender moments that follow, as Ijin sets out to scavenge for food and supplies in a nearby dumpster. His resourcefulness and kindness shine through as he returns home, preparing a meal from meager rations to share with his sister. As they sit down together, Ijin's selflessness is evident in his willingness to part with what little resources they have, sharing his water bottle with Dayan as they savor the simple pleasure of a shared meal. As Ijin sat alone at a table, his troubled expression hinted at the turmoil brewing within him. His mind was consumed by the weight of his past, replaying the memories that had nearly cost him his life. Suddenly, the door swung open and his sister Dayan appeared, her presence a stark contrast to his isolated mood. She asked why he wasn't eating, but Ijin's attempts to brush off the conversation were met with persistence from Dayan. Her unwavering gaze probed deeper, forcing Ijin to confront the darkness that had taken hold of him. As Dayan revealed her own struggles with the shadows within, Ijin's guilt and responsibility for his sister's well-being weighed heavily on him. The scene ended with a worried look on his face, a testament to the depth of his concern for Dayan's fragile mental state. As Ijin Yu stepped into the underground fighting ring, he was met with an unexpected figure Mad Dog, whose enigmatic smile seemed to hold a wealth of knowledge about his troubled past. The taunts that followed only fueled Ijin's anger, but it was Mad Dog's revelation of his connection to Forest that truly shook him to his core. The disturbing truth about Ijin's grandfather and the number's sinister nature sent shockwaves through his psyche, leaving him visibly shaken and desperate for answers. As the conversation came to a close, Ijin's expression was a tumultuous mix of anger and despair, hinting at the turmoil that lay ahead. As the warm glow of the dinner setting envelops them, Ijin Yu and Yuna Shin engage in a leisurely conversation, their words flowing like a gentle stream. The topic turns to shared experiences, and Yuna reveals that she's been told about Ijin by a mutual acquaintance, hinting at a connection that stretches back in time. Ijin confirms the bond, his eyes locking onto Yuna's with an understanding glint, as if memories long past are stirring to life once more. The air is thick with unspoken history, yet the atmosphere remains tranquil, like a summer breeze on a still evening, as the two share a moment of quiet comprehension. As Jin gazed upon the portrait, a name etched across its surface name is Jin. He felt an eerie sense of disconnection. The truth dawned on him. He had no recollection of his own identity, leaving his past shrouded in mystery. His mind reeled as he remembered awakening in a foreign land with only fragments of his memories intact. A woman's gentle care had helped him regain some of those lost moments, but the puzzle pieces remained elusive. Now, Jin finds himself struggling to stitch together the remnants of his forgotten life, his determination palpable as he delves deeper into the mystery of his past. As Ijin's thoughts wander back in time, he relives the moments that shaped his life. He recalls a person who held a special place in his heart, someone who was more than just a friend like family to him. The memory of their bond is etched in his mind, a reminder of the struggles they faced together and the triumphs they shared. Ijin's reflection on this crucial period serves as a testament to the impact this person had on his journey, helping him overcome the darkest moments of his life. And now, as he stands at present, the echoes of their past linger, a poignant reminder of the significance of those who have shaped his path. As Yuna Shin's heartfelt words poured out, she thanked Jin for being a rock of support to Ijin during the toughest of times. She emphasized that if Ijin considered someone family, then they automatically became part of her own definition of family, a powerful declaration of unity and belonging. Inviting Jin to visit them anytime, Yuna reiterated the strength of their bond, making it clear that he was now an integral part of their lives. As she thanked him once more for his unwavering presence, a sense of gratitude and warmth filled the air, marking a tender moment in this emotional exchange. As Ijin Yu steps into the unfamiliar surroundings of Forest's family home, his expression is a picture of shock and bewilderment. He demands answers from Forest, accusing him of manipulating the situation to bring him here. But Forest reveals that it was actually Grandpa who insisted on having dinner at his own home, throwing a wrench into Ijin's assumptions. The tension between them begins to simmer as Ijin's agitation grows and he confronts Forest with an icy warning, do not joke around with him. As Ijin Yu's eyes locked onto Yuna, the weight of his true identity came crashing down on him. He accused her of erasing all his memories of basic training, unaware of the secrets she'd been hiding from him and his family. Yuna's revelation sent shockwaves. She'd introduced him to her loved ones as an enemy, explaining why he felt such a strong connection with them. But Ijin's frustration boiled over as he confronted Yuna about her lies, only to have her deny any wrongdoing. The cracks in their bond began to show as Ijin recalled a traumatic experience from his past, where survival was never guaranteed, and it was this shared struggle that had forged his bonds with the numbers. As Ijin Yu stands before the unknown entity, a hint of unease creeps into his demeanor as he's confronted with the possibility that someone knows his true identity. He quickly regains composure, referencing others who can take care of things, suggesting a trust or reliance on those around him. But what lies beneath this debt? A flashback sequence reveals Ijin's childhood, showcasing his bond with Sister Dayin and the guidance of their grandfather. The elder imparts the significance of Ijin's real name, Ijin Yu, and the rigorous training that shaped him into a formidable fighter. As the past fades away, Ijin stands once more before us, his expression now a complex mix of emotions as he reflects on the events that have shaped his journey. As the truth begins to unravel, Ijin's world is turned upside down when Yuna appears before him, a newspaper article in hand. The air is tense as he demands to know what it's for, his eyes burning with suspicion. Yuna's calm response only fuels his anger, and he unleashes a torrent of emotions, accusing her of betrayal and declaring that forgiveness seems impossible. As the dust settles from the ambush, Ijin Yu stands victorious over Kyo's defeated form. But Yuna Shin's expression reveals her reluctance to get entangled in this situation, suggesting they simply walk away. Meanwhile, Tao Koryo reports that 5 was caught off guard by mercenaries and is now unable to complete its mission due to the sudden attack. The team begins discussing the need to reveal the identity of these attackers before deploying other units. As tensions rise, Yuna Shin presses for an update on the situation, leaving Ijin Yu with a crucial decision to make in the face of this new adversity. As the group leader, Woon's concerns about Yongho Sin's growing impatience become evident as he worries that the latter may act without thinking and disrupt their carefully laid plans. To mitigate this risk, Woon suggests reaching out to Yongho Sin's people before his impatience gets the better of him, but also acknowledges the potential complications this could bring to their plan to collaborate with SW through him. Meanwhile, the group begins to weigh the pros and cons of breaking away from SW, considering whether it might be a more favorable path for them in the long run. As tensions rise, Ijin Yu receives a cryptic message requesting her assistance, but her attention is quickly diverted to her ongoing feud with Jive. She's fed up with his reckless behavior and disregard for her warnings, targeting something that rightfully belongs to her. Growing increasingly frustrated, Ijin decides she's had enough and takes matters into her own hands, refusing Iron's offer to intervene. With a calculated determination, she concludes that handling the situation herself will ultimately benefit her in the long run. As Ijin Yu arrives at the location, she's surprised to find Yuna Shin lingering, despite claiming a brief visit was all she had planned. Her true intentions unfold as she reveals her goal to take G's position in the Special Warfare Unit for herself. But before tensions can escalate, Mad Dog appears, his words dripping with distrust as he addresses Ijin as a mercenary. The conversation takes a somber turn when Ijin asks about the fate of their comrades who returned home, her concern evident despite the tension hanging heavy between them and Mad Dog. As the scene comes to a close, an unspoken unease lingers, hinting at the possibility of conflict or mistrust brewing beneath the surface. As the dimly lit room envelops him, Ijin Yu stands lost in thought, his mind 1,000 miles away from the present moment. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears before him, his sister, Dayin Yu. Her warm greeting shatters the silence, and for an instant, Ijin's thoughts are replaced by a mix of curiosity and concern. But as she hastens to leave, revealing that she must return to base, Ijin senses something more beneath her hurry. "Why did you come back?" he asks, his voice laced with a hint of suspicion. And in response, Dayin drops a bombshell, leaving Ijin to ponder the true reason behind her unexpected visit, casting an ominous shadow over their reunion. As the mysterious message you still remember, don't yollop echoes in the air, Ijin Yu finds himself surrounded by the curious gazes of Yuna Shin and Yu. The trio's conversation is interrupted by the sudden return of Major Kang, marking a significant shift in the scene's tone. Ijin shares a brief moment with Major Kang, reminiscing about living life like a kid again. The conversation ends abruptly, leaving the audience wondering what secrets lie ahead as the story unfolds. As Ijin Yu sits in contemplative silence, her mind wanders back to her vacation with Yuna Shin, revealing the true extent of the emotional strain she unwittingly imposed upon him. It begins with flashbacks of their time together, where she mentions a brief encounter with someone, only to reveal to her brother Yuna that Yuna spent his entire vacation beside her, trapped by her presence despite her reassurances. This realization seems to sink in as Ijin notes that it was Yona's first vacation in a while, yet he was unable to attend to his own affairs due to being constantly entwined with her. The scene takes an unexpected turn as Ijin recalls a cryptic conversation between Tio and Ms. Sin, hinting at a darker plot unfolding beneath the surface. As she shares this revelation with Yuna, it becomes clear that there is more to the story than initially meets the eye, leaving viewers wondering what secrets lie hidden beneath the tranquil facade of this momentary introspection. As Ijin Yu reflects on recent events, a sense of unease settles over him like a shroud. His grandfather's words echo in his mind. The Shin family has been living with threats for most of their lives, hinting at a long history of danger. The memory of Ms. Yona and her escalating incidents comes flooding back, painting a picture of growing severity. But it's the revelation that someone was hired to kill Ms. Sin that sends a chill down Ijin's spine. This threat is no longer just intimidation, but a very real and present danger. His grandfather's relief at Team Twa's timely intervention only serves to underscore the gravity of the situation. Just as Ijin begins to process the weight of these revelations, he's suddenly interrupted by the mundane task of attending school, leaving him to wonder what other dangers lie ahead. As the morning sun rises, Ijin Yu's phone buzzes with an unexpected text from an unknown number. With a hint of reluctance, he responds, confessing his true feelings about attending school today. His friend, Yuna Shin, senses his apathy and responds with a sympathetic tone, "Oh well," implying that she doesn't expect him to show up. Ijin, seemingly amused by the conversation, quips that he's reverting back to his teenage self, leaving the audience wondering if this is a sign of change on the horizon. The scene concludes with an air of mystery and anticipation as our protagonist navigates the complexities of his new life. As Ijin Yu leads his group through the dark forest, he's suddenly confronted with a hail of gunfire, and the camp descends upon them like a swarm of predators. Trapped in a clearing, Ijin quickly assesses the situation, pulling his sister Dayin close for protection as bullets whiz past. Yuna Shin valiantly tries to fend off the attackers with his bare hands, but is soon overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Meanwhile, Mad Dog, the leader of the camp, revels in chaos, directing his men to capture Ijin and Dayin. Just as all hope seems lost, 5, 6, and 32 burst into the clearing, taking down several members of the camp in a blistering firefight. But just as the tide begins to turn, Major Kang arrives on the scene, ordering his troops to disengage from the fight and regroup, leaving Ijin's group stranded and vulnerable once more. As Ijin Yu sat in quiet contemplation, his solitude was shattered by an unexpected arrival. Mad Dog, leader of the camp, with a sinister tone that sent shivers down his spine. With an unsettling grin, Mad Dog presented Ijin with a gift, hinting at its significance. His words dripped with condescension as he mocked both Ijin and Dayin, calling them pathetic weaklings who should have met their demise by now. The air thickened with tension as Mad Dog's veiled threat hung in the balance, questioning Ijin's willingness to take action against Uop's life. But Ijin refused to back down, drawing his gun with a resolute determination that left no doubt about his intentions, a clear warning to Mad Dog that any further aggression would be met with fierce resistance. As Ijin Yu's thoughts swirled with uncertainty, he found himself seeking answers from an unlikely source. Mad Dog. The conversation began with a question, but it wasn't until Mad Dog appeared that the true nature of Ijin's inquiry became clear. He wanted to know about Uop. Mad Dog revealed his own encounter with the elusive figure, describing him as alive and thriving despite widespread rumors of his demise. Ijin's skepticism was tempered by Mad Dog's assurances, and a new lead emerged, Naninia, a potential gateway to reuniting with Up. As the meeting concluded, Ijin's expression turned from curiosity to surprise, hinting at the complexity of his own connection to this enigmatic figure. As Ijin Yu's eyes narrowed, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, their intentions shrouded in uncertainty. The stranger insisted they were no impostor, yet Ijin remained vigilant, sensing something was amiss. But it wasn't until they revealed that someone close to them had ventured overseas to reconnect with old acquaintances that the tension became palpable. Frustration and concern etched across Ijin's face as they confronted the unknown person, their true intentions slowly unraveling like a tangled thread. The air grew thick with unease as the conversation escalated, leaving only one question: what secrets lay hidden in the stranger's past? As the conversation with Yuna fades away, Ijin's thoughts drift back to his grandfather's sudden departure, and a sense of unease settles in. He can't help but recall how distant their grandpa often seemed when he was away, leaving Ijin feeling disconnected from the one person who should have been closest to him. The bus terminal surrounds him, its advertisements for long-distance travel serving as a harsh reminder of the physical separation that may soon come between him and those he loves most. As Ijin Yu's gaze drifts back through the haze of his memories, he's transported to a bygone era, where he and his comrades clashed in brutal combat. The intensity of those battles still lingers, a heavy weight that presses upon his chest as he sits alone, lost in thought. Suddenly, Yuna Shin bursts into the room, shattering Ijin's reverie and confronting him about their precarious predicament. Her words pierce through the fog of his past, forcing him to confront the dangers they are courting head-on. As Ijin Yu receives cryptic intel from A32 about SW Corp's sinister activities, he takes it upon himself to dig deeper into the matter. His investigation leads him down a dark path where he discovers that someone from SW Corp is actively seeking an assassin. The mysterious client, hiding behind an alias, makes contact with Ijin and presents him with a chilling photo of the woman they intend to eliminate, a person Ijin is currently tasked with protecting. As Ijin Yu pored over the latest discovery, his eyes scanned the documents with newfound intensity. The mysterious woman, revealed as a loyal operative of Chairman Yuna Shin, had been secretly working behind the scenes to put out a contract on Yuna Shin. But how did this information get to Ijin's doorstep? He shared his findings with his trusted team members, who were equally perplexed by the lack of concrete evidence linking Yuna Shin directly to the crime. One astute team member proposed an intriguing theory: perhaps they could find crucial clues at the hotel where the woman was hiding out, a spot often used for investigations like this. With the downloaded file in hand, Ijin and his team set their sights on unraveling the tangled web of secrets and lies that threatened to engulf them all. As Ijin Yu reads a crucial message on his phone, the gravity of the situation becomes clear. The urgent warning informs him that the target has arrived, and he must evacuate his current location immediately. With no time to waste, Ijin swiftly exits the scene, leaving behind whatever was unfolding there. As Ijin Yu stands before a door shrouded in mystery, his grandfather appears unexpectedly, unleashing a torrent of secrets about their family's troubled past. The truth slowly begins to unravel as the elder reveals that the family business has been built on deceit and manipulation, a revelation that sends shockwaves through Ijin Yu's world. His grandfather's words cut deep, and Ijin Yu's frustration boils over as he confronts his elder about why this truth was kept hidden for so long. But it is too late, for his grandfather's premature demise has left Ijin Yu to grapple with the weight of this new knowledge alone, his mind reeling in a maelstrom of emotions as he struggles to come to terms with the secrets that have been revealed. As Ijin Yu steps into the room, he's met with a contemplative figure, his grandfather. The air is thick with unspoken words as Ijin confesses his envy towards his grandfather's life, feeling trapped by his own circumstances. But his grandfather's wisdom is about to set him free. He shares a tale of sacrifice and responsibility, revealing the weight of family expectations that have been bearing down on them. As Ijin's emotions unfold, He begins to grasp the complexity of his grandfather's character and the burden of legacy that comes with it. Their conversation deepens, becoming an intimate dance of shared struggles and understanding. And as the scene fades away, a sense of closure settles between the two, casting new light on the motivations that drive Ijin's journey. As Ijin Yu's curiosity gets the better of him, a mysterious kid appears out of nowhere, sending ripples through his world. Mad Dog, ever vigilant, interrogates the newcomer, asking if they've come to see MEP, but Ijin Yu isn't having it. He interrupts, determined to know more about this stranger and their presence before deciding what to do with them. Mad Dog's curiosity is piqued as well, and together they probe the kid for answers. But just when it seems like the truth will remain elusive, a tantalizing hint drops. The kid claims to have intel on Jai, sending Ijin's interest into overdrive. The scene ends with a cliffhanger, leaving us wondering what secrets this enigmatic kid might hold about Jai, and what implications this revelation could have for Ijin Yu's journey. As the unexpected arrival of Ijin Yu sets the tone, Yuna Shin's surprise at his presence hints at a strained relationship between the two. The atmosphere thickens as grandfather and chairman enter the scene, their close relationship evident in the way they address each other. Yuna's accusatory words cut deep, revealing a past transgression that has left a lasting impact on the family. With each passing moment, tension builds as Yuna confronts chairman about his understanding of the situation, leaving viewers wondering what secrets lie beneath the surface. As Ijin Yu's thoughts linger on a past conversation with his sister Sai and their grandfather, the truth begins to unravel like a thread pulled from a tapestry. His mind racing with questions of loyalty and betrayal, he struggles to reconcile his own conscience with the secrets that have been kept hidden for so long. But Sai is not one to be fooled, her eyes piercing as she confronts Ijin about their family's mysterious involvement in the numbers. With an air of knowing more than she lets on, she demands the truth from her brother, refusing to back down until he yields. As the stakes are laid bare, Ijin Yu's confident tone takes center stage as he boasts of building the company's success solo, proclaiming "IT built IT all myself." But beneath this bravado lies a warning. If Sai attempts to take him down, he'll unleash everything at his disposal, shattering the very foundations of the organization. He assures her that any evidence she may have against him would be rendered useless in a court of law, only serving to harm innocent employees who are already under her care. The implied threat hangs heavy in the air as Ijin Yu subtly manipulates Sai, hinting at the devastating consequences his secrets could unleash upon those closest to her. His words drip with menace, leaving no doubt that he's willing to stop at nothing to protect his interests. As Ijin Yu's request echoed through the air, Yuna Shin appeared, seemingly summoned by his words alone. The conversation turned to the arrangements for Yunho's return flight, a detail that hinted at a larger picture beyond their personal lives. But just as it seemed like the discussion was about to conclude, Dae-in Yu burst into the scene, her sudden appearance sparking a tense moment between the two. Her inquiry about Yuna Shin's intentions added an air of uncertainty, leaving the fate of Yunho and potentially many others hanging in the balance. As Ijin Yu's thoughts wander back in time, a sense of confusion settles over him. He recalls his conversation with his grandfather, who sent him to capture Yuna Shin, but not before imparting crucial instructions. His grandfather's words echo in his mind. If you encounter her, nod your head and follow her back, by force if necessary. But why? Ijin ponders the reason behind this mission, and a flashback takes him back to that fateful conversation with his grandfather. The old man's stern expression still haunts him as he remembers being told to drag Yuna back if she tries to escape. The weight of these words settles heavy on Ijin's shoulders, leaving him to wonder about the true purpose behind his mission and the potential outcome. As Ijin Yu stepped into the VIP room, he was instructed to code a single letter A. With precise fingers, he complied with the instruction, and suddenly a report materialized on the screen before him. The information it contained was staggering, revealing secrets about all limits. But just as he began to process this revelation, a strange sound effect crackled through the air, followed by a countdown timer ticking away rapidly. 7 seconds remain. Confusion etched across his face Ijin Yu's brow furrowed in concern, his mind racing with questions. What was happening? As the communication device crackled to life, a stark message stared back at Ijin Yu. None of the agents are responding. Frustration and concern etched themselves across his face as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. The usually reliable technology now seemed to be failing him, leaving him feeling vulnerable and isolated. As the error message loomed large on the screen, the weight of uncertainty settled heavy in his chest. As darkness descends upon the units, Ijin Yu's frustration grows as he frantically attempts to reach his teammates, only to be met with an eerie silence. Dismissing the unlikely possibility that they would all simultaneously go dark, he struggles to find a logical explanation for their sudden disappearance. But before he can wrap his mind around this bizarre development, Yuna Shin emerges from the shadows, her gun trained on Ijin Yu without warning or explanation. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Ijin Yu demands to know what's behind Yonghe's motives, leaving him and the audience hanging in uncertainty as the scene ends. As Ijin Yu tries to establish a connection with T-Brawlite, he's met with resistance and an unsettling tone that raises more questions than answers. The attempt at communication begins with cautious signals from Ijin, but the response is hesitant, as if T-Brawlite is hiding something. When Ijin senses unease, he decides to investigate further, approaching the location where T-Brawlite is with caution. But what he finds is far from reassuring. He discovers that T-Brawlite is not alone, accompanied by an unknown presence that casts a dark shadow over the scene, leaving Ijin and the reader wondering what secrets are being kept and what will happen next. As Ijin Yu sits alone outside his home, lost in thought, his grandfather's arrival shatters the silence. The elder's disappointment in Ijin's academic progress is palpable, sparking a defensive argument that escalates into a heated confrontation. Dayan's attempt to intervene is met with dismissal by the grandfather, while Yonghe's passive approach only adds fuel to the fire. Yuna's timely entrance brings a calming presence, but it's too late. The grandfather's rage reveals the deep-seated tensions and expectations that have been simmering beneath the surface. The family dynamics are fraught with tension, as Ijin struggles to find his place between his own desires and the weight of his ancestors' legacy. As Ijin Yu sat alone in the woods, the weight of his recent experiences bore down upon him like a storm cloud. His thoughts were consumed by feelings of guilt, shame, and uncertainty, leaving him searching for guidance on how to move forward. It was then that he found himself at his grandfather's home, where a warm welcome awaited him from Yonghe and Yuna Shin. The grandfather, sensing Ijin's turmoil, invited him to sit down for a heart-to-heart conversation, sharing stories from his own past to help Ijin gain perspective on the true nature of his relationship with Yuna Shin and his place in the world. As Ijin Yu sits on a windswept cliffside surrounded by cherished memories of his childhood, his thoughts are consumed by the enigmatic figure of his grandfather. The old man's stories and laughter echo in his mind, rekindling the deep emotional bond they once shared. But as he gazes out at the vast expanse before him, Ijin's introspection gives way to a growing sense of uncertainty. Who is he really? How does he fit into the tapestry of his family's storied past? The question lingers, refusing to be silenced, until his attention is diverted by a tantalizing headline, "Mysterious Disappearance of Yuna Shin." As Ijin Yu's frustration boils over, he confronts his grandfather about a long-standing grievance. The root of his anger lies in his grandfather's recent actions, which have left him feeling bewildered and disheartened. Ijin Yu declares that unless someone comes to his aid or helps him navigate a difficult situation, he will never return to Korea again. His words are laced with a warning, threatening that if his grandfather makes another move like this in the future, he won't hold back. The weight of his grandfather's potential manipulation settles heavily on Ijin Yu's shoulders, and he begins to reflect on everything he has endured to build his life. As Ijin Yu returns to his childhood home, he's met by his grandfather, who introduces him to his sister Yuna Shin, who's come to visit their father Yonghe. But it's not a warm reunion. Inside the house, they find their younger brother Yuna Shin looking unwell, which only adds to Ijin's growing agitation. His anger boils over as he confronts Yongho about past mistakes and abandonment, accusing him of causing their family's suffering. Yongho becomes defensive, but Ijin won't back down, demanding answers that leave his father seething. The conversation escalates, with Yongho threatening violence if Ijin continues to provoke him. And in the end, it's not just words that get left unsaid, it's their own family member who storms out of the house, leaving Ijin and Yuna behind to pick up the pieces. As Ijin Yu stands before the family altar, a photo of his father and grandfather catches his eye, transporting him back to memories of happier times. His mother, Yuna Shin, enters the room, sensing something is amiss, and asks what's on her son's mind. With a heavy heart, Ijin reveals his intention to visit his grandfather's grave, seeking closure and peace. Yuna's concerns are palpable as she recalls rumors of eerie occurrences surrounding the grave, but Ijin reassures her that he has made this pilgrimage before without incident. His aunt, Ijin Yu, enters the conversation, offering support for her nephew's request, and after a moment of deliberation, Yuna reluctantly agrees to let him visit the grave under certain conditions. As Ijin breathes a sigh of relief, his mother's worries linger, foreshadowing a journey that will test their bond and push boundaries. As Ijin Yu and his companions deliberate on how to outsmart the trigger-happy bodyguards, he voices his reservations about not utilizing Glin's abilities, deeming it unconventional. However, Yuna swiftly intervenes, emphasizing the importance of strategic thinking in light of their adversaries' identities as mere bodyguards, rather than skilled assassins. Ijin then notes that all the bodyguards were simply security personnel, lacking any exceptional skills. Meanwhile, Yongho assures them that they have covered all possible entry and exit points within the building and surrounding area. As the group's conversation concludes, a palpable sense of unease settles in, underscoring their collective awareness of the risks involved in moving together once more amidst unknown threats. As Ijin Yu stands before his father, Yongho, the weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. He begins by offering a heartfelt apology, acknowledging his own failures as a parent and seeking forgiveness. But his remorse is short-lived as he swiftly turns to confront his father about the harm caused to their children. The accusation rings out, a stern rebuke aimed directly at Yongho's conscience. As Yongho reflects on his family dynamics, he becomes increasingly concerned about Ijin Yu's actions, recognizing the need to intervene before it's too late. He emphasizes the importance of maintaining harmony within the family, citing that it's impossible for loved ones to harbor ill intentions towards one another. With a sense of responsibility weighing heavily on his mind, Yongho warns himself that if he fails to address Ijin's behavior, he will ultimately be left to punish himself for his own failures as a parent. Amidst this introspection, Yongho comes to a poignant realization. No matter how hard parents try, they never truly have complete control over their children. With a heavy heart, he pours out his regret and apology to his father, Tam, seeking forgiveness for his own shortcomings. As the door bursts open, Yongho's agitated tone echoes through the air, his words directed at an unseen target, presumably his son, Ijin. Yuna, sensing the tension, rushes to intercept her brother as he enters the room, inquiring about his evening with old friends. Her query is tinged with a mixture of concern and reproach, hinting that she is aware of the company Ijin keeps. She urges him to put away his things and wash up, mentioning that grandfather has prepared food, an attempt to distract from the brewing storm. As Yuna reveals she's made dishes her sister Dayan would enjoy, a subtle bond between the siblings is revealed. Despite her efforts to mediate, however, the air remains thick with tension as unresolved conflicts simmer just beneath the surface. As Ijin sits in contemplation, surrounded by the serenity of the park, his thoughts are interrupted by the unexpected arrival of his grandfather. With a quiet intensity, they sit together, and the old man's questions spark a torrent of emotions within Ijin. His words tumble out like a confession, revealing the guilt and frustration that have been eating away at him towards his father, Yongho. But just as it seems like the conversation will descend into darkness, Ijin's grandfather shares a poignant tale from his own past, offering a glimmer of understanding and empathy. As they continue to discuss Ijin's struggles in school and his quest for validation, his grandfather's words serve as a balm to his soul, urging him to prioritize his own happiness above all else. As Ijin Yu wrestled with her doubts, the weight of her engagement to Hampton Kang threatened to crush her. She confided in herself that she initially agreed to the union solely to benefit her father's business, but now felt they had outgrown those motivations. Hampton tried to soothe her concerns, insisting their current situation was blossoming and the toughest challenges lay behind them. Yet Ijin Yu remained troubled, fearing the consequences of reneging on her promise. Just as she thought things couldn't get more complicated, Hampton dropped a bombshell. He had already secured a new match for her, one that could potentially outweigh any potential troubles that came with backing out. As the news of Yongho's sudden departure spreads, Ijin Yu becomes increasingly uneasy, questioning whether his former leader's exit is a mere coincidence or a calculated move to manipulate the company's fragile situation. Rumors swirl that Yongho has vanished into thin air, leaving behind only whispers and speculation. Hampton Kang bursts onto the scene, revealing that Yongho had overstepped a crucial boundary, but Ijin Yu remains reluctant to sever ties with his former ally. As tensions rise, Hampton's words of caution take center stage. Drastic measures must be taken to safeguard the company's future, lest it be left in shambles by the departure of its departed leader. With the stakes at an all-time high, Ijin Yu is forced to weigh his options and make the necessary arrangements to ensure the security of the company he so desperately wants to protect. As Ijin Yu's frustration boils over, he can't help but think back to the series of events that led him to this point. It all began with his growing impatience towards Yongho, who seemed to be pushing his luck at every turn. But things took a turn for the worse when the chairman stepped in, disapproving of Yongho's actions and further fueling Ijin's ire. With the weight of his grandfather's expectations bearing down on him, Ijin's thoughts are consumed by the thought of losing his job to his rival, Yongho, who seems to think he can outmaneuver him at every turn. As Yuna Shin's determination grows, she sets her sights on regaining control over Jai's situation. She decides to use a clever tactic, enlisting the help of Hampton Kang in breaking off the engagement with his family. The meeting between Yuna and Hampton takes an interesting turn as she pretends not to notice him, while he offers reassurances and a sense of security if needed. As Yuna Shin navigates her arranged marriage, she's met with a series of conflicting emotions. Ijin Yu interrupts her contemplation, reminding her that punctuality is crucial for their next appointment, while Yuna's mind wanders to Fino's whereabouts, expressing genuine concern for his well-being. But before she can dwell on the uncertainty, Hampton Kang intervenes, urging her to break off the engagement, framing it as a mere business arrangement between families. As Yuna wrestles with her feelings, questioning why she feels this way despite knowing the arrangement's practical nature, the weight of her decision begins to settle in. As Ijin Yu ponders the nature of the enigmatic major, he turns to VR Precoin for insight. "Do you think the major is trustworthy?" he asks, seeking guidance. The response is telling T-Kant, as VR Precoin reveals that the major's word cannot be taken at face value due to their propensity for dishonesty. But Ijin Yu remains undeterred in his faith, confessing that among everyone else, it is he who trusts the major most. As the conversation comes full circle, a flashback reveals the major's past actions, leaving Ijin Yu with more questions than answers about this complex individual. As Ijin Yu's thoughts unfold, a series of abstract images and text fragments appear, revealing his inner musings on someone, likely Yuna Shin. Yuna Shin suddenly joins the conversation, lavishing praise on this individual, which prompts Ijin to agree that they seem genuinely good-natured. The scene then shifts to a carefree setting where children are playing together, before cutting to a series of disconnected images representing Ijin's inner thoughts or daydreams. Finally, the scene concludes with Ijin and Yuna laughing and smiling together, as if their conversation has brought them closer. As Ijin Yu sits down with Yuna Shin, the casual tone of their conversation belies a deeper intimacy. Yuna's inquiry about Ijin's well-being sparks a candid response from the latter, who reveals he's been working diligently behind the scenes. But what really piques Yuna's interest is the revelation that even the Major himself was unaware of Ijin's secret work for his fiancée. The weight of this secrecy hangs heavy in the air as Ijin jests about having a sweetheart, warning Jin not to spill the beans and hint at the loneliness that lies beneath his stoic exterior. As their conversation draws to a close, Ijin's gaze drifts off into contemplation, lost in thought amidst the tangled web of relationships that surround him. As Yuna Shin arrives at her grandfather's house, she's unexpectedly met with an air of curiosity by a Major who greets her warmly. The conversation takes an interesting turn as the Major probes Yuna about her frequency of visits, and Yuna confesses to being caught off guard herself. Just then, grandfather appears, surprised by Yuna's sudden visit, and inquiring about her reasons for dropping by. Yuna hastily explains that she was just passing through and wanted to pay a quick hello before departing, but grandfather's expression hints at a sense of urgency or importance that's been building up. Yuna's concern for her brother Yonga grows as she senses a change in his demeanor, prompting her to ask if anything is bothering him. Despite his initial reluctance, Yonga opens up about feeling lost and uncertain about how the world works, expressing doubts that he won't be able to offer much help to anyone. Yuna's empathetic nature compels her to apologize for her perceived limitations, acknowledging that she too may not have the answers to their problems. As the tension between Yuna and Ijin reached a boiling point, Yuna's unwavering loyalty to her lover became crystal clear. With a heartfelt confession of unconditional love, she sought to ease Ijin's worries, reassuring him that their bond would never falter. Despite the challenges they might face, including even the potential betrayal of their own family members, Yuna vowed to stand by Ijin's side through thick and thin. But just as it seemed like their love was strong enough to overcome any obstacle, a series of cryptic visions plagued Ijin's mind, threatening to upend his emotional balance. Yet, in the end, it was Yuna who held out her hand, offering a beacon of hope and solidarity in the face of uncertainty, as they walked hand in hand into an uncertain future. As Ijin Yu asks Yuna if there's a favor he can do for her, she responds with an open-ended request, leaving him to ponder what he can truly offer. But it's then that he reveals his true intentions, confessing his feelings and asking Yuna to break off their engagement, a plea born from the weight of their complicated relationship. The tension is palpable as Ijin lays bare his emotions, leaving the future of their bond hanging precariously in the balance. As Ijin Yu and his friend Yuna Shin sat atop a hill overlooking the city, their conversation flowed like the wind. Ijin's enthusiasm was palpable as he shared his excitement for the upcoming festival, but Yuna's concerns about safety tempered her tone. Despite these differing opinions, Ijin reassured his friend that everything would be fine, and they began to make plans to meet up at the festival. As they discussed their individual goals, Ijin eager to try new foods, Yuna looking forward to a specific performer, their bond grew stronger. Just as it seemed their conversation was winding down, Yuna Shin appeared on the hill, joining the pair in their lively discussion. As Jive stands firm, a sudden confrontation from Ijin Yu sends her emotions into turmoil. The latter explains the reason for calling off their engagement, leaving Jive stunned and struggling to comprehend the abrupt change of heart. Her surprise turns to frustration as she probes deeper, trying to grasp why Ijin made this decision without warning. The conversation intensifies as Jive expresses concerns about the potential repercussions of breaking off the engagement, especially the possibility that she'll be held responsible for ending it all. As the conversation unfolded, Ijin Yu revealed his intentions to bring up a sensitive issue with his family when the time was right. His grandfather, taken aback by the sudden call, couldn't help but express surprise at this sudden change of heart, especially considering their earlier encounter only hours prior. With conviction, Ijin reiterated that he had already conveyed his concerns to Major Kang, making it clear that he wouldn't let his father take the fall for his own actions. As Yuna Shin approaches Ijin, her voice trembles with conviction as she delivers the devastating blow, "I want to break off our engagement." The air is thick with tension as Ijin's mother chimes in, berating him for his lack of foresight and accusing Yuna of being oblivious to the inevitable. Undeterred, Yuna stands her ground, recounting their private conversation and acknowledging the difficulty of speaking truth to power. With a mix of candor and compassion, she advises Ijin to reach out to his family formally to discuss the matter, emphasizing that her actions were motivated by a desire for honesty and transparency. As the meeting concludes, Park receives a set of instructions from me to send files on MP to Ijin Yu through Choi. But little does he know, his trust in Choi has been shattered when he discovers that the latter has been secretly working with Ijin Yu behind his back. The news sparks uncontrollable anger and frustration within him as he realizes that once again one of his subordinates has failed to follow orders. "Not one of these damn kids will do as I say," Park exclaims in exasperation, his disappointment and rage evident on his face as the scene comes to a close. As Yuna Shin attempts to engage in a casual conversation with her friend Ian, she's met with an unsettling atmosphere of uncertainty. Her inquiry about his well-being is met with vague responses, Ian claiming he's not sure and that his distant behavior began yesterday. Yuna presses for more information, suggesting perhaps he went through a breakup, but Ian remains tight-lipped, refusing to provide concrete answers. As the conversation stalls, Ian becomes increasingly withdrawn, leaving Yuna confused and concerned about her friend's sudden change. As the conversation unfolds, Grandpa's sympathies lie with Major Kang, who appears visibly shaken. But the arrival of Yuna Shin, Ijin Yu's promised wife, swiftly shifts the tone. With a reassuring smile, she attempts to ease everyone's concerns, insisting she'll make a good partner. However, Grandpa's agitation grows, his skepticism mounting as he questions the wisdom of promising away his grandson to someone unknown. He accuses Major Kang of merely seeking to be rid of Ijin by marrying him off to this mysterious woman. Ijin Yu steps into a cozy coffee shop where he reunites with Park and Choi. Their discussion about finishing their project is interrupted by the sudden arrival of Mad Dog, whose booming voice sends shockwaves through the group. As they struggle to regain composure, Park's curiosity gets the better of him, prompting a brief exchange with Mad Dog that leaves everyone on edge. Ijin Yu tries to refocus the conversation, but Choi's doubts and skepticism begin to erode their confidence, leading to a heated debate about whether to go it alone or seek outside help. Ijin Yu sits alone at a dimly lit bar, nursing his drink as the night wears on. His solitude is short-lived as two figures approach him with an offer to share in their revelry. Park and Choi's intentions are pure enough, but Ijin Yu is resistant to their charms, opting instead to continue his solitary indulgence. As the evening wears on, the atmosphere becomes increasingly tense, with Ijin Yu's demeanor growing more agitated by the minute. The sparks fly as he clashes with Park over fundamentally different values and lifestyles, Choi's attempts to intervene falling on deaf ears. Just when it seems like the situation is about to boil over, Park makes a sudden exit, leaving Ijin Yu to stew in his anger and frustration. As the tension between Ijin Yu and Yuna Shin reaches a boiling point, their initial disagreement gives way to a heated confrontation. Ijin's departure is met with mocking laughter from Yuna, who seems to be pushing Ijin's buttons. But instead of backing down, Ijin returns, his anger and frustration boiling over as he demands to know what Yuna is doing there. The situation escalates quickly, devolving into a physical altercation that leaves both parties at odds. As Ijin Yu stands amidst the remnants of a fierce battle, his frustration and disappointment boil over like a tempest. His surroundings seem to amplify his anguish, echoing the turmoil within him. But it's when he stumbles upon Yuna, her vulnerability palpable in the air, that his demeanor shifts dramatically. The weight of his apology is palpable as he acknowledges the pain he's inflicted upon her, his words heavy with regret. Yuna, too, is overcome with a mix of sadness and understanding, accepting Ijin's apology as she bemoans their tragic circumstances. As Choi pays a visit to his father, Vice Chairman Seung-ho Shin, the weight of their conversation settles heavily on him. The vice chairman reveals plans for something to be done within the next few days, hinting that it will involve Major Park. With this revelation, Choi is tasked with keeping a close eye on MP, as if monitoring someone's every move has become his new responsibility. As Ijin Yu ponders the mysterious events surrounding his drink, he can't help but suspect foul play. His questions are met with confirmation that someone did indeed slip something into his beverage, leaving him feeling uneasy and uncertain about what's to come. It's then that Yuna Shin appears, offering words of caution and guidance on how to navigate this precarious situation. With her instructions ringing in his ears, stay close, be prepared, Ijin is left to wonder what other twists and turns lie ahead. Dae's eyes scan the documents in front of her, her brow furrowed in concern as she pieced together a sinister plan. It seemed her father, the leader of the camp, was orchestrating a frame-up against Ijin, and had even gone so far as to lace his drink with unknown substances. As she pondered the gravity of this betrayal, Ijin walked into the room, unaware of the storm brewing ahead. Dae shared her findings with him, but his nonchalant response only deepened her unease. He seemed convinced he could handle whatever lay in store for him, leaving Dae to wonder if he was truly prepared for the consequences of their father's treachery. As the night wears on, Ijin Yu receives a mysterious phone call from an unknown number, sparking a chain reaction that will test his loyalty and trust in those around him. The caller's inquiry about the hour only serves to escalate Ijin's agitation and defensiveness, with Yuna Shin's sudden appearance providing a brief respite before he lurches into cryptic statements, declaring T-Pili loved you jive, with an air of foreboding. A flashback to his time with grandfather reveals a sense of unease and warning, which is only exacerbated by the present moment as Ijin's troubled expression grows increasingly uncertain. As the scene fades to black, it becomes clear that Ijin is being pulled into a complex web of intrigue and deception, and it's anyone's guess what secrets will be revealed in the coming chapters. As choice stands before Ijin, a sense of urgency hangs in the air. Ijin begins by apologizing for any chaos that may have been caused by their acquaintances' sudden involvement, and Choi explains that the change in schedule caught them off guard, leaving them scrambling to keep up. But Ijin is unforgiving, his frustration palpable as he warns Choi that this is his last chance to improve. Make one more excuse, and Ijin will wash his hands of the entire ordeal. The gravity of the situation hangs heavy over Choi, who must now choose between reforming his ways or risking everything by continuing down a path of complacency. As Mad Dog returned, his eyes scanned the room with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. The boys, seemingly oblivious to their leader's disapproving gaze, were unprepared for the task at hand. Their lack of effort only fueled Mad Dog's ire, as he scolded them for not living up to his expectations. He made it clear that they were incompetent or lazy, leaving no room for excuses. In a decisive move, Mad Dog issued a direct order: from now on, someone else would take care of business, and the boys would no longer be left to their own devices. The air was thick with tension as the boys absorbed the weight of their leader's words, their futures hanging precariously in the balance. Ijin Yu arrived at the designated location, where he was met by Mad Dog and his entourage. The tension was palpable as Mad Dog expressed surprise that Ijin had come alone, implying that he had expected others to accompany him. As they began their private meeting, Ijin revealed that he wanted to discuss something of utmost importance, prompting Mad Dog to ask what it was about. But instead of answering directly, Mad Dog turned the tables and asked Ijin about his purpose for coming. Ijin's response was a clear indication of unease as he simply told Mad Dog to leave, revealing a deep discomfort with the situation. As the flashback of Yongho's failure fades away, the tension is palpable in the air. Ijin's father, the leader of SW Group, unleashes a scathing rebuke at his son, demanding he drop it and leave. But instead of backing down, Ijin becomes troubled and defensive, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of his father's expectations. The truth begins to unravel as Ijin's father reveals his true concerns, not for his children's well-being, but for SW management's failure to do his bidding. The burden is clear: his children must listen without objection, as they are also members of the management. This complex web of relationships and expectations casts a shadow over Ijin's life, a constant reminder of the troubles that lie ahead. As Ijin Yu stands before his father, the leader of the company, a palpable tension fills the air. His father delivers a stern warning, urging Ijin to harden himself and prepare for the ruthless world of corporate leadership, where emotional attachment can be a liability. But Ijin is not swayed, explaining that his actions are driven by a calculated analysis of the company's future rather than sentimental feelings. His father accuses him of misunderstanding their motivations and underestimating the power of family ties, but Ijin remains resolute, refusing to back down from his convictions. As Ijin Yu stands face to face with Bhil, vice chairman of SW Group, he's met with a challenge that will test his mettle. The air is thick with tension as Bhil questions the value of Ijin's business sense, accusing him of relying on privilege and easy success due to the SW name. But Ijin refuses to back down, knowing that his words must be backed by action. With a fierce determination burning within him, he accepts the challenge, ready to prove himself against someone more powerful than himself, namely Bhil himself. The stakes are high, as Ijin is told that at times a person must prove themselves through action, not just words. As Ijin Yu stood before a computer screen, the air was thick with anticipation. He had secured photographic evidence, and his eyes gleamed with determination as he declared it to an unseen individual. With a decisive gesture, he held up a photograph, revealing its contents to the mysterious figure. The response was immediate, a simple emote, a subtle yet telling indication of approval or acknowledgement. Ijin's sign-off, me, hinted at the nature of their communication, as if this were just one piece in a larger puzzle he was slowly assembling. As the aftermath of an unknown event comes into focus, a conversation between Yuna Shin and Ijin Yu begins to unfold. Their discussion centers around Mr. Coley's injuries, with Yuna suggesting they visit him to ensure his well-being. But it's Ijin who reveals a deeper concern for their associates' safety, highlighting the significance of their close relationship. As Ijin Yu stood outside his grandfather's door, a sense of determination etched on his face, he was about to embark on a tense conversation that would define the boundaries of their relationship. His grandfather, seated on the bed, welcomed him with an open gesture, and Ijin cautiously approached, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. As they conversed, Ijin's desire for independence burst forth as he expressed his discontent with being controlled and micromanaged. Despite his grandfather's attempts to reason with him, Ijin remained resolute in his stance, refusing to be swayed by the patriarch's words. The conversation culminated with Ijin bidding his grandfather a safe flight home, while also setting clear boundaries for their future interactions, hinting at potential conflicts yet to come. As the morning sun peeks through the windows, Annie's slumber is interrupted by the sound of the doorbell ringing out a familiar tune ding-dong. Rising from her bed, she finds herself face to face with Ijin and Dayan, their presence implying they've brought her back home from wherever she was. Her curiosity piqued, Annie asks if Ijin has been sleeping all this time, his response revealing the truth. He spent the entire night working while she caught up on rest. This subtle power dynamic in their relationship is palpable as Annie invites Ijin to grab a bite with her, an attempt to reconnect and spend quality time together amidst the complexity of their sibling bond. As night falls, Yuna Shin's weary eyes are fixed on the task at hand, her late-night shift a testament to the crushing weight of her workload. But even as she pours all her energy into her duties, her stomach growls with hunger, a poignant reminder that survival itself has become a struggle. With exhaustion etched on her face, Yuna confides in someone about her mounting concerns, her voice heavy with frustration and desperation. As the credits roll, the creators' names and artwork flicker to life, hinting at the trials that lie ahead for this weary soul. As Ijin Yu lay in the hospital bed, his worn expression told the story of a tumultuous journey. The doctor's concerned gaze only added to the somber atmosphere as he examined the wound that had left him weakened. Suddenly, grandfather burst into the room, his eyes ablaze with determination as he outlined a plan to take down Mad Dog. But before their conversation could reach its climax, Mad Dog himself appeared at the bedside, his cold, calculating gaze fixed on Ijin's vulnerable form. As grandfather revealed the key to defeating his nemesis, Ijin's uncertainty was palpable, his hesitation clear in the face of impending conflict. And as Mad Dog taunted him with a sinister promise, it became clear that Ijin Yu had unwittingly become entangled in a web of family secrets and treacherous power struggles. As the camera pans across Ijin Yu's daily life, it becomes clear that something is amiss. He's stuck in a never-ending cycle of routine, with moments of eating dinner, playing video games, and interacting with others feeling increasingly hollow. But as his thoughts begin to surface, the world around him begins to distort, like a reflection on rippling water. The images become surreal, a manifestation of Ijin's growing anxiety and disorientation. Staring blankly at a wall, he's lost in thought, unable to process the emotions swirling within him. His relationships with others, Yuna, Yongha, Dayan, begin to fragment as if they are slipping away from his grasp. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Ijin scrawls something on the wall, a desperate attempt to express himself or make sense of it all. But just as quickly, chaos erupts and his world descends into disarray, mirroring the turmoil within. As Ijin Yu ventures deeper into the unforgiving jungle, he seeks guidance from the enigmatic Mad Dog. The air is thick with tension as Mad Dog delivers a cryptic message: never show weakness to anyone, not even comrades. Ijin's confusion gives way to contemplation as he ponders the weight of these words. With each passing moment, the stakes grow higher, and Ijin's resolve is tested by the unforgiving jungle environment. Will he be able to adapt and overcome the challenges ahead? As Ijin Yu's mother, Yuna Shin, busies herself preparing breakfast and packing his lunch for school, her concerns about his friend Yoli's health are palpable. She gently reminds Ijin of his class schedule, urging him to prioritize his education while also expressing a sense of unease regarding Yoli's well-being. As she asks Ijin to promise that he will keep her informed if Yoli becomes ill, the scene shifts outside, where we see Ijin walking to school accompanied by an unidentified friend. However, this tranquil morning is disrupted when the friend suddenly begins making loud noises, a series of shrill cries, clamor that seem to be some sort of urgent warning or communication, leaving Ijin's calm demeanor briefly ruffled. As the school bell rings, signaling the end of another day, Ijin Yu stands uncertainly, weighing their options with Yuna Shin. The casual invitation to grab a bite after school today is met with an unusual silence from Ijin, prompting Yuna's concerned inquiry, "What's wrong?" Ijin's hesitant response reveals they are feeling under the weather, leaving Yuna with a growing sense of unease about her friend's well-being. The scene fades to black, casting a subtle shadow over Ijin's already fragile emotional state. As tensions escalate between Ijin and Yuna, their disagreement takes a dramatic turn. Ijin's emotions are wounded by Yuna's hurtful words, and he confronts her about it, his voice laced with vulnerability. But instead of offering comfort or reassurance, Yuna responds with an enigmatic message that only serves to deepen the rift between them. Frustration and anger boiling over, Ijin demands that Yuna leave early, the air thick with unspoken emotions. And then, in a jarring cut, we're left wondering what consequences will unfold from this explosive moment of truth. As Ijin Yu's friends and family circle around him with concern etched on their faces, a subtle shift in his demeanor becomes apparent. His usual self is nowhere to be found, replaced by an air of unease that permeates the atmosphere. Someone speaks up, voicing their worries about his health, sensing something amiss beneath the surface. And then a direct inquiry, "Are you all right?" The question hangs in the balance as Ijin's friends anxiously await a response, their attention fixed on the individual who seems to be struggling to find his footing. As the conversation unfolded between Ijin Yu and Sai, it became clear that there was more to their interaction than mere small talk. Initially, Sai expressed concern about Ijin's health, urging him to head home if he wasn't feeling well. But Ijin was adamant, insisting that everything was fine despite Sai's doubts. It was then that Sai revealed her caring nature towards Ijin, showing a softer side as she continued to press for reassurance. The conversation ended with no resolution, leaving the audience wondering about Ijin's true state of health and the depth of their relationship. As instructed by MP Park, Ijin Yu receives a directive to set up an appointment with Dr. Kang and keep her informed about the situation. With a prompt "Yes, ma'am," Ijin Yu acknowledges the task at hand. Next, She is tasked with briefing HEP on their current status, revealing they are on a crucial update for those involved in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, an unexpected twist emerges as Ijin Yu starts to exhibit symptoms of a fever, casting a shadow over her immediate future and hinting at potential implications for her character's journey ahead. As Ijin Yu lies in bed, his doctor examines him with a concerned expression, revealing the full extent of his fever. The physician delivers a stern warning. Any attempts to return to work will be futile until Ijin's health is fully restored. He is instructed to rest and recover, with no exceptions or distractions allowed, not even a thought of returning to work. The doctor reiterates this crucial message, emphasizing the importance of complete recovery before resuming his duties. As Ijin Yu lies in wait, a sudden burst of energy fills the air as Yuna and Yonha appear before him, their faces etched with worry. "Did you hear about my high fever?" Jin asks, his tone laced with a hint of acknowledgement. The trio's concern is palpable as they press Jin for reassurance, their voices soft but urgent. It becomes clear that Jin has already taken proactive measures, having visited the doctor to tend to his ailment. This fleeting moment reveals the depth of their relationships and Jin's awareness of his own vulnerabilities, weaving a delicate tapestry of human connection amidst the whispers of uncertainty. As Ijin Yu lay in bed, his grandfather arrived at the bedside, bearing gifts of medicine and nourishing food. With a gentle tone, he instructed Ijin to get changed and eat something, offering words of comfort amidst his sickness. But it wasn't long before Ijin's grandmother chimed in, advising him to fuel his recovery with wholesome meals and a healthy dose of vitamins. The grandfather then suggested that Ijin take the medicine to help alleviate his symptoms, providing a sense of reassurance as he sought to regain his strength. As the classroom door swings open, a figure enters, bringing with her a warmth and concern that disrupts Ijin's solitary reverie. Yuna Shin, his grandmother, approaches him with a gentle smile, her eyes locking onto hers in a desperate bid to reconnect. She asks the questions that have haunted Ijin for so long, why cling to this burning desire for revenge against Mad Dog? But each attempt at rationality is met with resistance, as Ijin's defenses rise like a shield, guarding the pain and anger that drive him forward. Undeterred, Yuna shares her own tale of loss and regret, seeking to find common ground with her grandson. And though initially skeptical, Ijin begins to listen, his gaze softening as he absorbs the wisdom and empathy offered. As Yuna departs, leaving behind a trail of concern and determination, it becomes clear that this will be no ordinary conversation, for in its aftermath, the trajectory of their relationship hangs precariously in balance. As Ijin Yu sits in contemplative silence, the weight of his memories begins to surface. His thoughts drift back to a tender moment shared with Yuna Shin, a flashback that paints a vivid picture of their close bond and emotional connection. The tender exchange serves as a poignant reminder of their past, evoking a complex mix of emotions within Ijin Yu: guilt, regret, and perhaps even longing. As the flashback fades, his expression darkens, consumed by the somber reality of his introspection. The atmosphere shifts, plunging into an ominous tone that hints at the turmoil brewing within him. As Ijin Yu approaches his friend Yuna Shin's residence, he lets out a warm call to inquire about entering her home. Yuna, recovering from a mild fever, greets him with a gentle smile, asking how he knew she was on the mend. With a knowing glint in his eye, Ijin reveals that it wasn't difficult to tell by simply looking at her radiant complexion. As they step inside, Yuna downplays the severity of her illness, prompting Ijin to tease her about not exerting herself too much, given her age. The banter is laced with playful affection as Yuna good-naturedly argues back, insisting it wasn't a struggle after all. This tender exchange showcases the deep-rooted friendship and easy camaraderie between Ijin and Yuna. As Ijin's grandfather, Ijin Yu, sat down with Yuna Shin, a conversation unfolded that revealed the intricacies of their family's reputation and legacy. The topic of Congressman Kim's pending move to take advantage of their situation was broached, with Ijin Yu revealing that even after Kyozono's removal from the assembly, their adversary remained determined to bring them down. Ijin Yu then shared his family's long history of wealth and influence in their district. explaining that this reputation would remain intact despite minor scandals. Additionally, he mentioned that his wife came from a prominent family, further solidifying their social standing. As Ijin Yu reflects on the past, a sly smile spreads across his face as he recalls how he expertly manipulated a precarious situation to his advantage. Despite having evidence stacked against him, he managed to wriggle free from accountability, forced to step down from his post only. His confidence soars as he anticipates a smooth transition into his new role at SW, his mentor reassuring him that all has been taken care of. With a renewed sense of relief and purpose, Ijin prepares for the next chapter in Aimdika, leaving his troubles behind. As Ijin Yu stands firm, her fiery passion ignites as she confronts her sister Daein and brother-in-law Yong about their pivotal role in the family's turmoil. The memories of a brief respite from chaos flood back, only to be swiftly replaced by the harsh reality of their current predicament. Her anger and frustration mount as she recalls being told to keep her head down, and Ijin demands answers. Whose fault is it that they've been stuck in this cycle of struggle? As emotions reach a boiling point, Ijin's outburst echoes through the air, leaving behind a sense of desperation and helplessness. As Ijin Yu spends time with his grandfather, a sense of longing washes over them both. The elder gentleman's words convey a deep-seated frustration, tinged with disappointment, as if someone has failed to grasp the intricacies of his emotions. Ijin, sensing his grandfather's distress, moves to offer comfort, revealing a profound understanding that might be unexpected in one so young. "If only you'd asked," he says, his words laced with regret and empathy. But their tender moment is soon interrupted by the return of Ijin's mother from her shopping excursion. Her gentle inquiry, "How are you both doing?" serves as a reminder of the importance of family in this tight-knit unit. As she offers to stay longer or fetch something for them, Ijin declines, preferring to leave things as they are. This poignant exchange underscores the strong bonds between these characters, highlighting the care and concern that underlies their relationships. As the tension between Ijin and Yuna reaches a boiling point, their disagreement is interrupted by an unexpected arrival. Enter Jin Yu, revealed to be none other than Ijin's long-lost grandfather. But what could his true intentions be? Inbi Kim, an old acquaintance of Jin Yu, arrives on the scene, setting the stage for a mysterious revelation. As Jin Yu confronts Ijin, it becomes clear that their connection runs deeper than mere family ties. As the conversation unfolded, Ijin's words dripped with an air of menace as she demanded Yuna to beat it out, implying that her family was under her control. The true extent of her power became apparent when she threatened to transfer Yuna's family abroad, leaving no doubt about her ruthlessness. But as Yuna attempted to justify their actions, Ijin remained skeptical, revealing a deep sense of confusion and betrayal. The truth began to unravel, exposing the dark secrets that lay beneath the surface. As Ijin Yu stood before his grandfather, Jin, the air was thick with tension as the weight of his reckless behavior came crashing down upon him. Jin's initial surprise at Ijin's audacity quickly gave way to a scathing rebuke, as he detailed the devastating consequences of Ijin's actions: shattered reputation, crippling financial losses, and most traumatically, the scars inflicted on his innocent children. Ijin's flippant remark about being fined despite causing such suffering only served to enrage Jin further, prompting him to vow a lesson in accountability would be imparted upon his grandson. As the scene drew to a close, Jin issued a dire warning. Life was not as easy as it seemed, and soon Ijin would come face to face with the bitter taste of his own recklessness. As Ijin Yu returns home from his outing, he's greeted by Yuna Shin, who's clearly concerned about her brother's appetite, asking if he finished the side dishes they sent over. Her inquiry is met with reassurance from Ijin, who expresses gratitude towards his sister for thinking of him. Meanwhile, Inbi Kim, cooking in the background, offers to make more side dishes, further emphasizing the warm and nurturing atmosphere of this family household. As Ijin Yu steered the family car through the winding roads, the sudden appearance of Yuna Shin on the side of the road brought their journey to a halt. With a stern warning not to speed through the area, Yong's words hung in the air like a challenge, leaving Ijin torn between slowing down and resuming their pace. His grandfather Ijin Yu stepped out of the vehicle while Dae-in Yu remained quietly in the back seat as the family's plans with Congressman Kim began to unravel. As Ijin Yu's frustration simmers just beneath the surface, he's thrust into a whirlwind of revelations. Documents fly open, revealing cryptic images and texts that seem to be tied to his grandfather Jin Yu. The air is thick with tension as the mystery deepens. A flashback sequence reveals a clandestine conversation between Ijin and his sister, Dae-in, sparking curiosity about their secret discussions. The scene shifts back to the present, where our enigmatic protagonist's gaze lingers on an image of Yuna Shin and In-bi Kim, hinting at a potential connection to the looming threat against Jin Yu. With a resolute declaration, Ijin sets his sights on uncovering the truth behind this sinister plot, marking the beginning of a thrilling journey that promises to shake the very foundations of his world. As Ijin Yu navigates a complex web of intrigue, a sudden twist throws him into the crosshairs of no less than a powerful politician, Congressman Kim. Initially, Boss expresses unease about the congressman's true motives, but it becomes clear that Kim's focus is not on the KIO or its leader, but rather on Ijin Yu himself. The truth is revealed as Kim arrives on the scene, his intentions crystal clear: to pursue and deal with Ijin once and for all. As Ijin Yu stands before a blackboard, he begins to impart knowledge to an unknown audience about the importance of accountability. His words echo through the air as he scribbles accountability across the chalkboard, emphasizing its significance in shaping one's actions and decisions. But his introspection is interrupted by Kyo's arrival, who inquires if Ijin Yu has managed to avoid trouble thus far. The conversation sparks a flashback sequence, hinting at Kyo's troubled past before Mad Dog appears on the scene, seemingly observing the unfolding events with an unyielding gaze. As Ijin Yu looks upon Mad Dog's unwavering stare, the atmosphere becomes heavy with foreboding, setting the stage for a coming-of-age journey that will challenge Ijin Yu to confront his own actions and their consequences. As Ijin Yu's reality shatters, he's forced to confront the true intentions of Cha, whose pursuit is no longer about his grandfather, but now fixated on Kyo. The earlier events come flooding back Cha's timely intervention in the assassination attempt, a crucial turning point that altered the course of their lives. With this new understanding, Ijin springs into action, assigning 3 formidable mercenaries to work together and protect their loved ones from the impending danger. As time has passed, a series of significant events have unfolded behind the scenes, setting the stage for a pivotal moment. Suddenly, Cha appears before Ijin Yu, his surprise evident on his face. With an air of familiarity and condescension, Cha greets Ijin, revealing his keen awareness of the young man's growing influence. The tension builds as Cha extends an offer to form an alliance or partnership between their respective organizations, a move that will undoubtedly have far-reaching consequences for Ijin Yu and those around him. As Congressman Cha and Ijin Yu engage in a tense confrontation, the air is thick with tension and foreboding. The conversation begins with Cha's concerned inquiry about Ijin Yu's plan, but the latter's response only serves to heighten the sense of unease. Ijin Yu reveals his awareness of the repercussions of Kyo's actions, brushing off Cha's concerns with a nonchalant air, claiming he's been cleaning up the mess left behind. The conversation takes a dark turn as Ijin Yu turns the tables, bringing up Cha's family and the devastating impact Kyo's actions have had on them. Cha's defensiveness is palpable as he reveals his own family has been brought to ruin by Kyo's antics, hinting at a personal vendetta against Ijin Yu. The conversation culminates in a sarcastic remark from Ijin Yu, implying that Cha has lost touch with reality. As tensions rise, Ijin Yu is summoned to face his grandfather's wrath for allowing a sensitive story to leak to the press. His grandfather's stern rebuke makes it clear that discretion is paramount, and any hint of betrayal will be met with swift action. The elder's words also imply that Yuna Shin, often thought to be at fault, may not be the only one responsible for the breach. Instead, someone else seems to be pulling the strings, and Ijin's grandfather points a finger at Dushik Cha's demanding accountability. Meanwhile, Ijin takes precautions by instructing his allies to remain vigilant in case of an emergency, hinting at the gravity of the situation unfolding around him. As Ijin Yu receives orders from boss to round up the boys, a growing unease settles in his mind. He voices his reservations, warning that targeting Inbi Kim will likely lead to dire consequences for their group. But his concerns fall on deaf ears as boss dismisses them, emphasizing the importance of loyalty over caution. Despite his misgivings, Ijin reluctantly agrees with the plan, revealing a deep sense of duty and obligation towards his grandfather. This inner conflict hints at a complex character, torn between his loyalty to those he cares about and his own moral compass. As Ijin ventures into the dark alley, his determination grows with each step, driven by a burning desire for answers about the camp's troubles. Suddenly, he confronts Kyo, a mysterious figure shrouded in secrecy. The air is thick with tension as Ijin demands the truth from Kyo, who reveals his shocking past as a former member of an elite unit known as the Squad. Driven by a thirst for revenge against Mad Dog, the leader of the camp, Kyo shows Ijin gruesome photographs documenting Mad Dog's atrocities, igniting a fire of anger and determination within him. With his resolve strengthened, Ijin vows to confront Mad Dog and put an end to his reign of terror, setting the stage for a dramatic showdown that will shake the very foundations of the camp. As night falls, Ijin Yu moves undetected towards the SW Group headquarters, utilizing his exceptional skills to evade detection by guards and security cameras alike. He slips into the building, navigating deeper into the complex with ease until he reaches a secure area where he discovers a computer terminal containing classified information about the organization's plans. Just as he prepares to access the files, Boss appears, her presence foreshadowed by her uncanny ability to anticipate Ijin's every move. A fierce battle ensues as Ijin unleashes his martial arts prowess against Boss, but she proves to be a formidable opponent, eventually overpowering him and leaving him lying defeated on the ground. As Ijin Yu stormed into the camp, his determination was palpable as he sought answers about his grandfather's missing artifacts. Confronting Mad Dog, who lounged on a couch with an air of nonchalance, Ijin demanded to know the whereabouts of the stolen items. Mad Dog revealed that he had been searching for something valuable in the camp, but seemed disinterested in returning Ijin's family heirlooms. Tensions escalated as Ijin threatened to take action against the camp if his grandfather's belongings were not returned, prompting a tense standoff with Mad Dog. Yuna Shin intervened on behalf of Mad Dog, attempting to defuse the situation, while Ijin Yu joined her brother Ijin, supporting his demands for the return of their family's treasured possessions. As Ijin Yu receives a mysterious message from his grandfather, he arrives at the designated location, only to find Mad Dog, leader of the camp, waiting for him with an unexpected offer. Mad Dog reveals he's acquired a crucial document exposing SW Group's illegal activities, but demands a hefty sum in exchange, a request Ijin flatly refuses, knowing it would never align with his grandfather's values. As tensions escalate, Mad Dog threatens to destroy the incriminating evidence unless Ijin complies. With determination burning within him, Ijin proposes a trade of equal value, but Mad Dog remains skeptical. Just as all hope seems lost, Yuna Shin appears on the scene, revealing he's been secretly working with Ijin's grandfather and is there to help retrieve the document. As the past fades away, Ijin Yu finds himself face to face with Yuna Shin and her brother Yonha, their expressions etched with concern. The air is thick with nostalgia as Yuna Shin asks if he remembers their previous encounter, a query that sparks a flood of memories for Ijin. The present situation, shrouded in uncertainty, becomes the focal point of their conversation as they discuss the mysterious orders from the boss. A mention of 5, 6, and 32 leads hints of a larger web of intrigue, while the revelation of the boss's instructions for Ijin to stay close to his grandfather and sister raises more questions than answers, leaving us eager to unravel the mystery unfolding before our eyes. As Ijin Yu receives the beep from an unknown source, he hastened to the designated location where Congressman Inbi Kim was waiting with a cryptic request. The congressman's sudden interest in Hyujin Ando Gisel's whereabouts raised more questions than answers, and Ijin's curiosity was piqued as he formed up alongside the congressman. Their shared connection to Hyujin seemed to be more than mere coincidence, but what lay beneath their mutual concern for the elusive individual remained shrouded in mystery. As this scene concluded with a tantalizing cliffhanger, the audience is left wondering how these threads will weave together in the unfolding tale. As Ijin Yu storms into the camp's hideout, demanding to see its ruthless leader, Mad Dog emerges with an entourage of formidable mercenaries at his side 5, 6, and 32. Tensions escalate as Ijin accuses Mad Dog of having knowledge about his sister Yuna's disappearance, but the cunning leader denies any involvement. The air is thick with tension as Ijin Yu's determination to uncover the truth intensifies, leaving a trail of unanswered questions in its wake. What has happened to Yuna Shin, and how will her brother's relentless pursuit for justice shape the course of events? As Ijin Yu and Mad Dog convened in a clandestine location, an air of unease settled over their conversation. Mad Dog revealed that a mysterious individual was seeking revenge against Ijin, driven by a deep-seated geklif against him. Ijin's concern for his loved ones, including his sister Dayan and grandfather, was palpable as he implored Mad Dog to keep watch over them, lest they become collateral damage in the impending conflict. While assuring Mad Dog that he would personally handle the situation, Ijin also made it clear that he didn't want this vendetta to spread its tentacles any further, putting others at risk. As Ijin's gratitude towards Yuna for her help begins to unravel, he can't shake off the feeling that she's hiding something from him. His words of appreciation are laced with a hint of accusation, as if he's trying to uncover the truth behind her motives. Yuna's revelation only serves to fan the flames of Ijin's anger as he discovers that his true target is not her at all, but someone else, the kid who's been at the center of their tumultuous situation. The weight of this new information comes crashing down on him like a ton of bricks, and it's clear that Dashik Cha, the congressman with a dark past, has left an indelible mark on Ijin's psyche. As Ijin Yu sat across from side, the air was thick with tension as they relived their failure to reach Dashik Cha, a powerful politician who had consistently evaded their grasp. Sai's frustration was palpable, venting his anger at Cha's cunning and well-connected nature. But Ijin saw an opportunity in this weakness, revealing that he had been waiting for the perfect moment to strike back against the man who had once thwarted him from reaching Seoul. Meanwhile, a thug named Ando, once under Ijin's protection, had turned against them, sparking Sai's concern and prompting Ijin to take matters into his own hands. As Ijin Yu stood at the threshold of his uncertain future, the weight of his family's goodbye bore down on him like a stormy sky. A flashback to his grandfather's words about his final resting place served as a poignant reminder of the gravity of their goodbyes. In the present, Ijin's sister Dayan, brother Yongha, and mother, though unseen, gathered around him, their collective grief palpable as they prepared for his departure. With each tear-stained farewell, Ijin struggled to contain his emotions, revealing a deep bond between him and his loved ones. As he bid his family adieu, the enigmatic Mad Dog emerged, his apology a hint at the complex web of fate that entwined Ijin's destiny with his own. As Ijin Yu storms into the heart of the camp, demanding answers about Yuna's family, a tense standoff ensues between him and Mad Dog's unyielding leadership. The air is thick with aggression as Mad Dog's subordinates close in on Ijin, but instead of backing down, he holds his ground, showcasing surprising combat prowess that impresses the enigmatic Dashik Cha lurking in the shadows. Mad Dog's demeanor turns from defiant to dejected as he reveals his failure to protect Yuna's family, prompting a stern warning from Ijin, take care of Dashik Cha or face the consequences. As Ijin exits, a subordinate of Dashik Cha approaches, apologizing for an earlier mishap that further underscores the intricate web of relationships within the camp and Ijin's unwavering dedication to those he cares about. As Ijin Yu's thoughts drift back to a past incident, he reaches out to Yuna Shin for reassurance. "Unarrayed, your children may have meddled with the wrong person," echoes through his mind, hinting at the turmoil brewing within him. He turns to Yuna, asking if she remembers the event, but attempts to downplay his concerns, insisting everything is fine and just a product of his overactive mind. Yet, as he reveals his relief knowing Yuna will personally handle the situation, His troubled thoughts and emotions begin to surface, leaving an air of unease hanging in the balance. As Ijin Yu reflects on his family's visit to his vacation home, a sense of gratitude washes over him as he thinks about their company. He notes that they'll be staying with him for a while, hinting at a temporary arrangement. But his reverie is disrupted by the arrival of a mysterious delivery person clad in all black attire, heading straight towards his home alone. Ijin's curiosity gets the better of him, and he wonders what could bring this enigmatic figure to his doorstep. As the delivery person approaches, an unspoken tension hangs in the air, cutting off their conversation before it even begins. The atmosphere is thick with foreboding, leaving Ijin's mind racing with questions about the stranger's intentions and the true nature of their visit. As Ijin's eyes widened in horror, a torrent of emotions burst forth from the depths of his soul. "What the fuck was bastard just went inside?" he exclaimed, his voice trembling with rage and despair. The flashback that followed revealed a sinister truth. Dayan, his beloved sister, had been taken away by Mad Dog and the forest agents before leaving an indelible mark on Ijin's psyche. His face contorted in anguish as he struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. With a fierce determination burning within him, Ijin struck a dramatic pose, his very presence radiating an aura of intense emotional turmoil. The scene concluded with a palpable sense of urgency and tension, setting the stage for a stormy future where conflicts would surely unfold. As the memories of his past come flooding back, Ijin Yu's eyes drift to a photo of himself surrounded by former comrades, their faces etched with a mix of camaraderie and determination. The flashback takes him back to a time when he was just a child, playing with his sister Dayan in a carefree world before the harsh realities of the camp began to take hold. He recalls struggling to fit in, feeling isolated from the others as they formed their own cliques. The weight of those early days still lingered, evident in the lines etched on his face as he stared at the photo, his thoughts consumed by the consequences of his actions and decisions. His mind also wanders to Yuna Shin, his brother taken away by forest agents, leaving behind only questions about his fate. As Ijin's gaze lingers on the photo, a look of conflicted uncertainty settles over him, his future shrouded in doubt. As the memories of a bygone era resurface, we find ourselves transported to a moment in time when Ijin Yu and Yuna Shin shared a bond that was unbreakable. The warmth of their connection is palpable as a flashback reveals the tender moments they once shared together. But like a harsh reality check, the present rears its head, bringing with it the weight of regret and unresolved emotions. Ijin's attempts to apologize for past transgressions are met with Yuna's turmoil, her anguish evident in every strained word. Meanwhile, the looming figure of Mad Dog serves as a constant reminder of their complicated history, casting a dark shadow over their reunion. As the tension between them reaches a boiling point, it becomes clear that their reconciliation will not be without its challenges. Yet, amidst the chaos, Ijin and Yuna manage to find a fleeting moment of understanding, a glimmer of hope in an otherwise treacherous landscape. As Ijin Yu arrives earlier than expected at the location, he's met with an unexpected encounter. Congressman Dashikchat is already there, requesting a brief conversation that hints at something significant about to unfold. But Ijin's attention is diverted by strange markings on the ground, leaving him wondering what they could mean. Suddenly, a loud crack echoes from inside the Holiceum, raising suspicions of foul play. With his curiosity piqued, Ijin decides to investigate further, but in his haste, he grabs someone mistakenly only to realize his mistake. As Ijin Yu sits amidst a dimly lit room surrounded by candles and photographs from his past, the weight of his memories begins to unravel. Flashbacks transport us to his childhood, where we see him sharing tender moments with sister Dayan and brother Yong-ah, as well as listening intently to his grandfather's stories about their family's history. However, this idyllic childhood is soon disrupted by traumatic events, the loss of his parents and subsequent abuse at the hands of Mad Dog. These harrowing experiences continue to haunt Ijin, manifesting in visions and nightmares that plague him to this day. Just as it seems like the darkness will consume him, Yuna Shin arrives, her concern for Ijin's well-being a beacon of hope in the midst of his turmoil. As Ijin Yu wanders through the forest, lost in thought about his troubled past and the loved ones he's lost. A sudden silence envelops him. The trees seem to close in as three figures emerge from the shadows, 5, 6, and 32, former comrades turned adversaries who have been tracking him with sinister intent. Their cold gazes pierce through the darkness, their words dripping with malice as they reveal their true purpose, to eliminate Ijin once and for all. As Ijin Yu's troubled past begins to unravel, a flashback reveals the dark truth behind his family's tragic incident. Meanwhile, Mad Dog bursts onto the scene, rebuking the camp members for dwelling on their own painful memories. But when Ijin asks if anyone has information about his father's whereabouts, the group remains silent and clueless. Mad Dog's frustration boils over, and he orders an immediate search for Ijin's father, refusing to tolerate any further delay. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a new character emerges, Azul, a teenage mercenary who joins the fray with questions about everyone else's presence at the camp. With Mad Dog's leadership style laid bare and Azul's introduction hinting at more complexities to come, the stage is set for a dramatic turn in Ijin Yu's journey. As Ijin Yu stands before Mad Dog, the leader of the camp, he reveals his true identity, sparking a conversation that hints at a deeper connection between them. Mad Dog's astute observation of Ijin's concealed hat and mask prompts him to ask if this is indeed who he claims to be, to which Ijin nods in confirmation. With their identities now out in the open, Mad Dog warns of suspicious activity in the hallway, specifically mentioning men down in the congressman's study, urging them to investigate swiftly. As Ijin Yu sits in the dimly lit room, surrounded by the eerie glow of candles and symbols of the camp, his thoughts transport him back to a tumultuous childhood spent training in combat skills under his grandfather's guidance. His memories then leap forward to his time fighting alongside 5, 6, and 32, where tensions simmered just below the surface, waiting to boil over into conflict. A pivotal incident, marked by an ambush from iron forces, led to a rift within the camp, ultimately prompting Ijin's departure. As the veil of memory lifts, Ijin finds himself holding his sword, poised for a potential battle against those he once called comrades. His eyes lift, anticipating an attack or confrontation, as the darkness closes in around him. As Ijin Yu wandered alone through the forest, his thoughts consumed by the revelation that his sister Dayan was a spy for Iron, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps crunching through the underbrush. Mad Dog, the enigmatic leader of the camp, emerged from the shadows, his tone heavy with foreboding. "You're in a world of trouble, kid," he warned Ijin, who struggled to reconcile his loyalty to his family with his duty as a member of the camp. But before he could process these conflicting emotions, Dayan appeared on the scene, her betrayal laid bare for all to see. As Ijin demanded an explanation for her treachery, she revealed that she had grown tired of being treated like a tool by Iron and sought control over her own destiny. Yet, despite her words, Ijin refused to forgive his sister, vowing instead to stop her from further harming their family. Ijin Yu bursts into a meeting of the camp's inner circle, his sudden entrance commanding attention from all present. With fiery passion, he unleashes a scathing attack on Mad Dog, accusing him of betraying their comrades and abandoning their shared mission. Mad Dog, unfazed by Ijin's outburst, responds with calm words that only serve to further enrage the already agitated Ijin. As the tension escalates, Ijin refuses to back down, his anger and frustration palpable as he confronts the leader of the camp about the betrayal that has left a deep wound in their ranks. As Ijin Yu's eyes narrowed, a glimpse of his troubled past flashed before him. Gu, masterminding the town's fate for over a decade. But this wasn't the past, it was the present, as Bu revealed the true extent of his manipulation to Ijin himself. The air was thick with tension as Ijin confronted the puppeteer, demanding to know if he'd been used as a mere pawn in Xiok's grand scheme. With an unyielding gaze, Gu confirmed Ijin's worst fears. His involvement in town affairs was merely a means to further his own ambitions. As Ijin Yu navigates the treacherous landscape, his exceptional fighting skills put on full display as he effortlessly dodges the congressman's guards with a speed and agility that leaves them stunned and impressed. With his stealthy prowess, He infiltrates the congressman's study, revealing his cunning abilities. The tension between Ijin and the powerful politician reaches a boiling point as the congressman appears, berating his guards for their failure to capture the elusive figure, setting the stage for a thrilling confrontation. As Ijin Yu stands alone in a desolate landscape, the weight of his memories comes crashing back to haunt him. Flashbacks flood his mind, recalling the bonds he shared with comrades 5, 6, and 32 during his time at the camp. But these warm recollections are brutally disrupted by the harsh reality that Mad Dog reveals. His former friends have been killed in action, their fates sealed due to Ijin's past decisions. Overwhelmed by grief and guilt, Ijin is unable to confront the truth of his own actions, pushing away Yuna Shin's attempts to comfort him. As the weight of his mistakes bears down on him, Ijin walks off alone, lost in thought, his future uncertain as he struggles to come to terms with his troubled past. As Ijin Yu stands confronted by the ruthless leader of the camp, Mad Dog's fury is palpable as he demands Ijin's demise. But Ijin remains unflappable, his face a mask of resignation or acceptance, hinting at deep-seated understanding of the inevitable. Just as tensions reach a boiling point, forest agents burst onto the scene, sparking a brutal battle that ensues. The arrival of 5, 6, and 32 former comrades turned adversaries further muddies the waters, leaving the outcome uncertain. As chaos reigns supreme, one thing is clear. Ijin's fate hangs in the balance as the stakes escalate and new plot threads are woven into the intricate tapestry of this manhwa. As Ijin Yu navigated through the crowded hallway alongside Yuli, the air was thick with tension. The narrow corridor seemed to amplify their emotions, as Yuli's frustration grew by the second. They began to shout at Ijin, demanding to know what they were waiting for and accusing him of wanting to cut in line. A sea of people blocked their path, leaving no room for escape or maneuverability. Yuli's anger boiled over, and they unleashed a torrent of complaints at the crowd, yelling for them to move out of the way. Ijin attempted to soothe Yuli's temper, but his words fell on deaf ears as Yuli lashed out, accusing him of indifference to their predicament. As Ijin Yu stumbles into the midst of chaos, confusion etches itself on his face. Someone or something leads him through the turmoil, leaving him disoriented and struggling to make sense of the mayhem around him. Suddenly, a jolt of recognition hits as he's confronted with the unforgiving gazes of 5, 6, and 32 former comrades from the camp, now standing before him with cold, calculating expressions. Ijin's world comes crashing down as shock and confusion take hold, leaving him frozen in place, unable to move or speak, as his troubled past closes in around him. As Ijin Yu sits in contemplation, the weight of his responsibilities bears down on him like a crushing force. Flashbacks of his time in the camp assail him, reliving memories of camaraderie with Mad Dog, forest agents, and fellow numbers 5, 6, and 32. But these recollections only serve to fuel his agitation as he scratches at the walls in frustration, unable to escape the torment of his past. It is here that a present-day flashback intervenes, offering a glimmer of guidance from his grandfather's wise words, "Make amends." As Ijin grapples with the consequences of his choices, this poignant moment of introspection offers a glimmer of hope for redemption and growth. As Ijin Yu stands face to face with Mad Dog, a sense of unease settles over him. The imposing figure's stern expression is enough to convey the gravity of his words. Your children may have stirred up trouble they can't handle. The air is thick with tension as Mad Dog's warning hangs like a threat, casting a dark shadow over Ijin's future. The scene ends abruptly, leaving the reader on edge, wondering what kind of chaos has been unleashed by Ijin's siblings. As Ijin Yu pored over the information he received about Dayan's supposed involvement with Mad Dog, his mind was reeling with doubt. Could it be true? The evidence seemed to confirm her connection to the notorious gang, but something didn't sit right with him. Suddenly, a shocking revelation unfolded on a nearby monitor. Dayan held captive by ruthless gangsters in a precarious situation. Ijin's expression contorted in concern as he gazed upon the screen, his mind racing to make sense of this unexpected turn of events. How could someone as formidable as Dayan end up in such a vulnerable position? His thoughts were consumed by the question as he muttered to himself, his worry for her safety growing with each passing moment. As Ijin Yu stands confidently, a hint of a smile on his face, it becomes clear that he is ready for whatever challenge lies ahead. Mad Dog approaches, but Ijin's exceptional martial arts skills leave him no chance to even touch him. With fluid movements and precise techniques, Ijin effortlessly dodges and counters each attack, showcasing the results of his rigorous training. His series of swift kicks in panel 13 demonstrates his expertise and mastery of his craft, leaving no doubt about his abilities. As he executes these moves with precision and confidence, it becomes evident that Ijin is a force to be reckoned with. Ijin Yu's home was suddenly breached by an unknown individual, catching him off guard as he confronted the unexpected threat. Despite his initial confidence in quickly dispatching the intruder, Ijin soon found himself hindered by the narrow doorway, unable to swarm the person with ease. The situation took a turn for the worse when the intruder, with seemingly effortless precision, sent men flying to the ground, further obstructing Ijin's entry. As frustration mounted, Ijin was left scrambling to devise a plan of attack, his determination growing stronger with each passing moment. With no time to waste, he resolved to take out the intruder immediately, refusing to let this unexpected challenge go unmet. As Ijin Yu meets with the influential congressman in a luxurious office, he's determined to secure funding for his father's hospital, touting its potential benefits for the community. But the congressman remains skeptical, demanding more information about the project. Just as it seems like the meeting is going nowhere, Yuna Shin bursts in, revealing her secret opposition to Ijin's plan and accusing him of using the hospital as a means to further his own political ambitions. The congressman, impressed by Yuna's conviction, ultimately decides to withhold funding from the hospital, leaving Ijin feeling betrayed and frustrated. But just as he's about to lose hope, Grandfather appears, seemingly supporting Ijin's efforts, only to reveal that he's been working behind the scenes to thwart his grandson's plans. As Ijin Yu stands before a glowing portal-like structure, an eerie energy emanates from it, sending shivers down his spine. As he draws closer, visions of his grandfather's past begin to manifest, echoing through his mind like whispers in the darkness. But when he attempts to touch the portal, it repels him with force, leaving him stumbling backward in shock. The visions intensify, and Ijin is suddenly transported back in time, witnessing his grandfather standing before a similar portal in his youth. As the vision fades, Ijin is left staring at the portal in stunned silence, his mind reeling with questions. What connection does this mysterious force have to his grandfather's past, and what secrets lie hidden within its glowing depths? As Ijin Yu finds himself bound and helpless at the mercy of his captor, Mad Dog, the atmosphere is thick with tension. With a wicked grin spreading across his face, Mad Dog revels in Ijin's predicament, boasting that this is only the beginning of their twisted dance. But Ijin refuses to back down, using his words as a means to plead for answers. Why has he been taken captive? What does Mad Dog hope to gain from this ordeal? The two engage in a heated exchange, with Mad Dog questioning Ijin's loyalty and accusing him of playing both sides. Ijin vehemently denies these claims, demanding that Mad Dog reveal his true intentions. As the scene unfolds, it becomes clear that this confrontation is more than just a simple hostage situation. It's a power struggle that will leave only one party victorious. As tensions escalate between Ijin Yu and Yuna, Mad Dog intervenes, issuing a stern warning that the law will never let you get away with it. Ijin's anger boils over, demanding to know what the others are waiting for, while Yuna attempts to calm the situation by ordering Ijin to stop. The air is thick with unresolved tension as the confrontation hangs precariously in balance, leaving the audience wondering what fate has in store for these three characters. As Ijin Yu stands atop the mountain, lost in thought, his contemplative expression is suddenly disrupted by the arrival of his grandfather. The elder's concern for Ijin's recent behavior is palpable as he approaches his troubled grandson. With a gentle yet probing tone, grandfather asks what's bothering Ijin, and with a heavy heart, he begins to unburden himself of the weighty emotions that have been plaguing him. His conflicted feelings towards Yuna, his desire to protect her, and his own moral compass all swirl together in a maelstrom of guilt and responsibility. Grandfather listens intently, offering words of wisdom and guidance as Ijin's emotions reach a boiling point. In a moment of raw emotion, Ijin unleashes a dramatic outburst before finally coming to rest, still grappling with the turmoil that rages within him. As Ijin Yu's life takes a dramatic turn, he receives a mysterious letter with no return address, bearing only a cryptic warning, "Beware the forest." Despite his reservations, Yuna Shin seems hesitant to get involved, but Ijin Yu is compelled to investigate further. He ventures into the forest, where strange symbols etched into the trees serve as a haunting reminder of the danger that lies ahead. Just as he's trying to make sense of it all, forest agents suddenly surround him, their guns drawn. As tensions escalate, Ijin Yu tries to reason with them, but they are unwilling to listen, and instead, Mad Dog appears out of nowhere, taking down the agents with ease. As Ijin Yu stands firm, his expression a testament to his growing frustration with Mad Dog's reckless ways. The echoes of the past reverberate through his mind, a flashback of Mad Dog's violent outbursts serving as a stark reminder of the consequences that have unfolded before him. Cut back to the present, Ijin's words pour forth like a torrent, demanding accountability from Mad Dog for his recent transgressions. But Mad Dog refuses to take responsibility, instead lashing out in defense, leading to a tense standoff between the two adversaries. The air is thick with tension as Ijin's determination takes center stage, vowing to hold Mad Dog accountable for his actions, leaving the outcome hanging precariously in balance. As Ijin Yu's family attempts to escape from unknown pursuers through the forest, a sudden ambush unfolds, threatening their safety. The vehicle is beset on all sides by assailants wielding guns and explosives, leaving Ijin scrambling to protect his loved ones. Amidst the chaos, it becomes clear that Congressman Unnamed has betrayed them, further complicating the situation. With the stakes at an all-time high, Ijin's determination to safeguard his family is put to the ultimate test. As Ijin's thoughts drift towards the mysterious happenings within the room, a sudden appearance by Mad Dog shatters his reverie. The imposing figure reveals that dozens of men were stationed outside, but they must have been overwhelmed and abandoned their posts at the entrance, leaving it vulnerable to breach. With this revelation, Ijin confides in Mad Dog about his plan, carefully omitting crucial details from Congressman's purview. A brief lull follows as Ijin takes a moment to acknowledge the long time since he last laid eyes on Congressman. As Ijin Yu strolls through the forest alongside Yuna Shin, an air of unease settles over him, drawing their attention to Mad Dog lurking in the shadows. His father's sudden appearance among a group of forest agents only exacerbates his growing suspicions. The truth begins to unravel as Ijin confronts Yuna Shin about the family's involvement in illegal activities, but before tensions can escalate further, Grandfather intervenes, attempting to calm the situation. Just as it seems like things are about to blow over, Congressman appears, revealing that they've been monitoring the family's dealings, sending Yuna Shin into a frenzy. Amidst this chaos, Yu, Ijin's sister, tries to mediate, but the scene ultimately leaves us with a sense of foreboding and unease as Ijin's unease about his father's activities comes to a head. As Ijin's eyes scan the desolate landscape, his mind is consumed by a maelstrom of emotions. His intense gaze betrays a deep sense of betrayal and anger as he cries out, "On your knees, Mo-The-4S," his words laced with venomous intent. The tears welling up in his eyes reveal the true extent of his emotional pain as his thoughts become increasingly jumbled and distorted. The abstract visuals that follow only serve to underscore the turmoil brewing within him, a perfect storm of anguish and desperation that threatens to engulf him whole. As the tension builds, Ijin Yu confronts the Kyo with a fierce determination in his eyes. The air is electric with anticipation as he faces off against the menacing presence of the Kyo, his voice laced with deep-seated anger and frustration. The Kyo goads him on, seeming to relish the prospect of finishing him off once and for all. But Ijin Yu will not be swayed, unleashing his pent-up rage in a torrent of profanity that leaves no doubt about his intentions. With a bold declaration, he vows to put an end to the Kyo's reign of terror, marking a turning point in this intense showdown. As Yuna walks alone in the forest, lost in thought, her footsteps lead her to a serendipitous encounter with grandfather by a serene stream. Warmly greeting her, he presents an old photo album that sets off a tidal wave of memories and emotions within Yuna. Together, they flip through the pages, unraveling fragments of her past, including childhood moments and her enigmatic connection to Ijin. Grandfather's stories about her family's history in the forest fill in the gaps in her memory, granting Yuna a newfound understanding of her relationships, and a sense of peace washes over her as she concludes this poignant encounter. As concerns mount, Inbi Kim shares his somber outlook with his trusted allies, cautioning that a temporary reprieve from Ijin Yu's group may ultimately lead to further escalation. He astutely points out that Ijin Yu is not one to back down or yield in the face of provocation, having intimate knowledge of his adversary's mentality. With this foresight, Inbi Kim is bracing for an impending storm of conflicts with Ijin Yu's faction, a grim reality that hangs over their heads like a dark cloud. As Ijin Yu's thoughts swirl in turmoil, a sense of desperation and frustration begins to build. His mind races with the weight of his grandfather's revelation, the plan to eliminate Inbi Kim and seize control of the situation. The truth shatters his resolve, leaving him reeling as he questions everything about himself, his identity, his motivations, and the person he has become. As Ijin Yu's desperate attempt to escape the facility unfolds, he finds himself face to face with his relentless pursuer, 5. Despite his valiant efforts, he's soon overpowered and injected with a tranquilizer dart. Just as all hope seems lost, his sister Dayan appears out of nowhere, taking down 5 and rescuing her brother. But their brief reprieve is short-lived, as they are pursued by even more agents and security personnel. Inbi Kim joins the fray, providing crucial support in their bid for freedom. As they near the exit, Yuna Shin's unexpected allegiance to Ijin Yu raises questions about his true loyalties. However, just as they think they've finally broken free, a shocking betrayal from Mad Dog and Grandfather reveals that nothing is as it seems. As Ijin Yu's gaze narrows, her troubled past with Inbi Kim comes flooding back to the surface. The memories of relentless harassment and intimidation simmer just below the surface, fueling her determination to take matters into her own hands. With a fierce resolve burning in her heart, she declares her intention to put an end to the torment once and for all. Her warning to Inbi Kim is clear: never again will he threaten those she loves. But just as she's about to take action, grandmother intervenes, urging Ijin to trust in the wisdom of the adults to handle the situation. And with that, Ijin's resolve begins to wane, replaced by a newfound understanding of the importance of staying out of trouble and protecting oneself and one's family through caution and restraint. As Ijin Yu's anger boils over, he towers over Congressman Shin, his tone menacing as he demands answers. The congressman, unfazed by Ijin's intimidation, responds with a cryptic remark about the day being rough for him. Ijin's ire only intensifies as he presses Congressman Shin for what he wants, but instead of compliance, he's met with a surprising revelation. The congressman has deeds and associate names that could be crucial to Dayan Yu's interests. With each refusal, the stakes escalate, leaving Ijin fuming as the scene concludes with an ominous hint at future developments in their complex web of dealings. As Ijin Yu approaches Mad Dog, he extends an olive branch, offering to join forces and expand his district. But Mad Dog remains skeptical, citing past betrayals that left him wary of trusting Ijin's intentions once again. Despite Ijin's reassurances and vows to keep his word, Mad Dog's doubts linger, leading the conversation down a tense path as he refuses to budge, leaving their fate hanging precariously in the balance. As Ijin Yu utters the cryptic phrase "just one moment," if it may, a sudden storm of chaos erupts around him. Thugs burst into the area, threatening his safety, but before all hope seems lost, Seong Ko emerges from the shadows, revealing himself as the chief secretary of SW's chairman. With a calm and collected demeanor, Ko greets Ijin Yu with an unexpected "Why, you're me, Ko from SW," leaving our protagonist stunned and relieved that this enigmatic figure has appeared on the scene just in time to intervene. As Ijin Yu processes the sudden turn of events, he finds himself wondering how Ko knew about his predicament, setting the stage for a complex web of intrigue and deception to unfold. As Ijin Yu converses with someone, possibly his grandfather or Yuna Shin, about the future, a sudden interruption takes place when Mad Dog appears on the scene. With a sense of urgency, he reveals that someone likely Five has informed him of Inbi Kim's intentions to ensure that certain events will never happen again. As Ijin Yu is cautioned against venturing out late at night, he is explicitly instructed to return home for his own safety. The warning from Mad Dog serves as a stark reminder of the looming threats and unseen forces lurking in the shadows. As Ijin Yu approaches the unknown destination, memories of his grandfather's words echo in his mind. "You mean to tell me you came here because of this kya?" The present suddenly shifts as he confronts Congressman Yuna Shin, whose evasive demeanor only fuels Ijin Yu's growing suspicions. Pressing for answers, Ijin Yu becomes increasingly frustrated as the congressman denies any wrongdoing or hidden motives, his words dripping with deception. As tensions escalate, Ijin Yu accuses the congressman of hiding something, but just as he seems to get closer to the truth, Yuna Shin abruptly leaves, leaving Ijin Yu bewildered and confused about the true intentions behind his visit. As the night wears on, Ijin Yu's world is turned upside down by a mysterious figure who appears out of nowhere. The stranger reveals they've been sent under the chairman's instructions, but it's not them standing there tonight, and that's when the bombshell drops. The chairman has taken matters into his own hands, setting off a chain reaction that will change everything. As Ijin Yu answers the door, he's greeted by none other than Mad Dog, who urges him to hurry inside. But before they can get down to business, Ijin can't help but ask if the information about Inbi Kim and his family's corrupt practices has been sent to the DA. Mad Dog confirms that it's been done, revealing that even the wife's family's crimes have been exposed. And in a surprising twist, everything related to the damage caused by Ijin will be taken care of, leaving him free to focus on handling things from here on out. As Ijin Yu and Yuna Shin engage in a hushed conversation, their determination to escape the confines of the camp becomes evident. Their desire for a new life, free from the shackles of war and violence, is palpable as they make their intentions known. But just as they seem set on their plan, Mad Dog, leader of the camp, appears, attempting to persuade them to stay and continue fighting against the forest agents. Ijin's response is resolute. They've had enough of bloodshed and refuse to be swayed by Mad Dog's words. Yuna concurs with her friend, and together they forge ahead with their escape plan, their resolve unwavering as they prepare to take action. As the night wears on, Grandfather takes a moment to sit down with Ijin, seeking to clear the air after feeling his grandson's unease. With an apologetic tone, he asks what keeps Ijin up so late, only for Ijin to reveal he was out grabbing some fresh ale. The grandfather's expression turns introspective as he acknowledges that it can't be easy for Ijin to adjust to being back home, and apologizes sincerely for any discomfort caused. Ijin tries to reassure his grandfather, but the older man continues to express his regret, determined to understand his grandson's feelings. As the night wears on, Ijin's sister Dayan grows increasingly anxious about his late return home, her concern etched across her face like a furrowed brow. She summons him, her voice laced with a mix of worry and exasperation, only to be met with Ijin's nonchalant demeanor. "I'm fine," he assures her, but Dayan presses on, her eyes narrowing as she demands an explanation for his late-night escapades. The conversation takes a turn for the tense as Ijin's defensiveness rises, his words laced with accusation and hurt, leaving Dayan frustrated and worried about the path her brother is headed down. As Yuna Shin stands in her office, an air of unease settles over the space. She addresses a mysterious figure, later revealed to be Yuna, with a tone that implies she's not interested in idle chatter. But Yuna presses on, asking why Yuna is wasting time, hinting that she's not utilizing her resources effectively. The tension between them crackles like an electric current, foreshadowing the complex web of relationships and conflicts to come. As Ijin suddenly materializes at Yuna's location, she can't help but feel uneasy and distracted by his sudden appearance. Despite claiming to be quiet so as not to bother her, Ijin's presence seems to command attention, and Yuna's unease grows. The conversation takes a turn when Ijin reveals his plan to attend a conference, prompting an unsettling reaction from Yuna. With a curt dismissal, Ijin orders Yuna to leave him alone, leaving her unspoken disappointment hanging in the air. As Ijin Yu turns to leave Yuna Shin's location, he utters a cryptic phrase, "I'll only stay for a bit," leaving her seeming reluctance unanswered. Despite the lingering tension, Ijin departs, allowing Yuna Shin to be left alone in the silence that follows. The camera lingers on his retreating form, capturing the subtle movement of his back as he disappears into the distance. And with him gone, the scene fades away, leaving only the faintest hint of uncertainty behind. As Ijin Yu boards the bus alongside Yuna, he can't help but weigh the pros and cons of this new experience. He's eager to ride the bus for the first time, but his mind is filled with concerns about the potential risks of relying too heavily on public transportation. He takes into account various factors, from the dangers of overcrowding to the uncertainty of arrival times, weighing each consideration carefully. Yet, despite these reservations, Ijin can't shake the desire to try something new and push beyond his comfort zone, leaving him with a lingering sense of introspection as he navigates the complexities of public spaces. As Ijin Yu sits alone in the dark, his thoughts are consumed by the disappearance of his beloved sister, Dayan. The weight of uncertainty hangs heavy in the air as he paces through his anxious mind, desperate for any clue that might lead him to her whereabouts. Suddenly, a mysterious message arrives bearing the enigmatic initials STE, sending Ijin's already frayed nerves into a frenzy. Karup, a trusted ally or colleague, enters the room, attempting to offer reassurance and solace, but Ijin's frustration boils over as he demands answers about the lack of progress in finding his sister. The cryptic message from an anonymous source only adds fuel to the fire, leaving Ijin questioning whether he's being manipulated or if a sinister plot is unfolding before him. As the scene comes to a close, Ijin's determination burns brighter than ever, but the uncertainty that lies ahead hangs like a specter over his troubled mind. As Ijin Yu's curiosity gets the better of him, he notices an unusual decrease in the patrol's size, fueling his suspicions about what might be unfolding within. Rumors had hinted at something amiss, and now his determination to uncover the truth takes him closer to the source of the mystery. Approaching the patrol, Ijin is suddenly confronted by a mysterious individual who issues a stern warning, "Stop right there." The air is thick with tension as this unknown figure implores Ijin not to take another step, leaving him to ponder the significance of this sudden confrontation. As the night wore on, Ijin Yu made a daring attempt to escape from the confines of the camp, slipping out of his quarters undetected. He managed to evade some of the guards, his heart pounding with every step until he finally reached the perimeter fence. But just as freedom seemed within reach, Mad Dog's main guard appeared out of nowhere, gun drawn and ready to take Ijin back into custody. Mad Dog himself arrived on the scene, his expression a mask of displeasure at Ijin's audacity. Despite Ijin's desperate pleas for understanding, explaining that he only wanted to see his family and get some fresh air, Mad Dog remained unmoved. The guards closed in, and Ijin was dragged back to his quarters, his dreams of freedom foiled once again. As Ijin Yu lingers in an alleyway, his thoughts consumed by some unseen force, a sudden presence disrupts the silence. Mad Dog, the enigmatic leader of the camp, emerges from the shadows, his tone laced with suspicion and hostility. Ijin attempts to diffuse the tension, inquiring about Mad Dog's motives, but instead receives a cryptic response hinting at shared reasons for their respective presences in this forgotten corner of the world. As Ijin Yu scans the newspaper article, he thinks the truth has finally been revealed, the traitor is eliminated. But his world is shattered when someone whispers a shocking secret: the traitor is still alive. This cryptic revelation sends ripples of doubt through Ijin's mind, making him wonder if anything can be trusted within the camp's walls. As Ijin Yu stands puzzled, an unknown character approaches them with an intriguing query. "What are you talking about?" Ijin Yu asks, their curiosity piqued. The other responds by questioning their presence and probing the meaning behind Unai still being alive. Ijin Yu's tone turns reflective as they reveal a personal connection to the enigmatic figure, recalling a face-to-face encounter with him. But was it truly Uonai's beneath that mask? The unknown character presses for certainty, seeking validation of Ijin Yu's claim. As the conversation unfolds, secrets and mysteries begin to surface, leaving viewers wondering what lies ahead in this intricate web of connections. As the dust settles from the battle, Ijin Yu's thoughts drift back to a peculiar similarity he's noticed in the fighting style and movements of two individuals. His mind wanders, wondering if he's seen the other person's face before. Suddenly, a conversation unfolds, with someone remarking that Uon was previously thought to be dead, but another voice chimes in, that's right, hinting at Uon's actual status. Ijin Yu's confusion grows as he asks if someone has made a mistake regarding Uon's fate. Just then, Mad Dog appears, questioning Ijin Yu's certainty about Uon's demise. The revelation sends shockwaves through the narrative, raising more questions than answers in its wake. As the mystery unfolds, we find Tu driven by determination as he searches for something, his frustration palpable in every deliberate step. But it's clear that his discovery of one's existence has sent shockwaves through his mind, as he wonders why this revelation had to come to pass. Meanwhile, Mad Dog frantically works behind the scenes, desperate to keep Ijin Yu's truth hidden from prying eyes. The sudden arrival of OOS injects a fresh dose of intrigue, sparking a discussion that hints at a larger conspiracy. And just as it seems like the tension can't escalate further, Mad Dog makes a chilling declaration: if OO is truly alive, they'll have to kill him again, casting a dark and ominous shadow over the story's trajectory. As Ijin Yu steps into the lavish party, he has a specific mission in mind: to track down someone or something. His eyes scan the room, finally settling on a lone figure standing near the bar, Randolph, a member of the enigmatic numbers group. With a hint of sarcasm, Ijin approaches Randolph, his tone dripping with skepticism. Randolph, seemingly taken aback by the sudden confrontation, claims he's only there for a friendly chat. But Ijin isn't convinced, his gaze piercing through Randolph's words like a dagger. Despite Randolph's reassurances that he means no harm, Ijin remains skeptical, his facial expression betraying his deep unease. The scene fades to black with Ijin still pondering Randolph's true intentions, the air thick with tension and uncertainty. As tensions boil over, Mad Dog finds himself at odds with his team members. The spark is lit when Ijin Yu tells him to leave, sparking a heated exchange about the special treatment given to select individuals who were raised in the camp. Mad Dog's frustration grows as he accuses Ijin Yu of coddling certain team members, and the rest of the group joins in, lashing out at his leadership and demanding more respect from their embattled captain. Ijin Yu's frustration boils over as he lashes out at the numbers, their constant thievery of glory and higher rates eating away at his sense of self-worth. He snarls what makes them so special. They are just bastards. But it's not just the numbers that have earned his ire, it's also those who can't or won't take control of their own destiny. If you can't do something yourself, then sort it out for yourselves, he growls at someone like Yuna Shin or Yuna Shin. The response is swift and cutting: don't weasel your way back into camp again. We have no use for worthless bastards like you now. Ijin's ultimatum hangs in the air, a threat that promises only one outcome: never to return to this place again. As the camera pans across the room, we find Ijin Yu standing alone, lost in thought as they gaze at a cherished photograph of Yuna Shin. The tension is palpable as Yuna suddenly appears, her presence jolting Ijin out of their reverie. With a subtle smile, Ijin reveals a glimpse of vulnerability, and the two share a tender moment that speaks volumes about their true feelings. As they open up to each other, Ijin's intentions are laid bare, and it becomes clear that this is more than just a casual conversation. The air is thick with emotion as they connect on a deeper level, the silence between them speaking louder than words ever could. As the abstract images unfold, Ijin Yu's turbulent thoughts are laid bare before us, a visual representation of their inner turmoil. Their frustration and despair grow with each passing moment, evident in their facial expressions and body language. But then, like a dam breaking, God Almighty erupts from their lips, unleashing a torrent of pent-up emotions that threaten to consume them whole. The surreal landscape that follows is a manifestation of Ijin's subconscious mind grappling with the demons within, a maelstrom of abstract shapes and swirling colors that threaten to engulf them. And yet, in the aftermath, Ijin stands alone, battered but unbroken, their future uncertain as they confront the trials ahead. As the darkness of the alleys envelops him, Ijin's desperate search for his sister Yuna becomes a haunting flashback that haunts his every waking moment. Back in the present, he paces back and forth in his apartment, his agitation and worry palpable as he struggles to come to terms with her disappearance. His gaze falls upon old photos and memories, each one a painful reminder of what's been lost. And then a single image catches his eye, Yuna standing alongside Five, sparking a new lead for Ijin to investigate further. With determination and anger now fueling his search, he sets out once more to find the truth behind his sister's vanishing act, driven by an unyielding resolve to uncover the truth. As the situation spirals out of control, Ijin Yu finds himself standing before a burning building, his concern etched on his face as he gazes up at the inferno. Suddenly gunfire erupts from within, and with lightning-quick reflexes, Ijin Yu recognizes the gravity of the situation and makes a break for safety. The pursuit of escape becomes a frantic game of dodge and weave, dodging debris and avoiding danger at every turn. In a moment of calculated risk, he takes cover behind a wall or pillar, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a mix of caution and preparedness. As the scene fades to black, Ijin Yu remains on high alert, poised to respond to any new threats that may arise, his determination to survive palpable in the air. As the mysterious figure, Mad Dog, materializes on the scene, he confronts Yulia with an air of urgency, demanding to know what she's waiting for. Our response is shrouded in enigma as she reveals her desire for others to meet their demise, leaving Mad Dog visibly perplexed or disturbed by this revelation. In a moment of calculated resolve, Mad Dog vows to take care of the situation, but the specifics of his plan remain unclear, only adding to the tension. With the cryptic exchange concluded, Mad Dog bids farewell to Yulia, warning her that their paths will cross again in the future. As Ijin Yu stands at the window, his thoughts seem to be 1,000 miles away, but the sudden appearance of a mysterious figure outside shatters the calm atmosphere. The whispering words, "Teeth think they are on to you," echo through the air, causing Ijin's expression to shift from indifference to concern. The figure's taunting continues, revealing their knowledge of his true status. "Ew, and Oako knows you're alive." Ijin's face falls, worry etched on his features as he becomes increasingly anxious about being discovered. As the memories flooded her mind, Yuna's thoughts turned to the fateful encounter with OH and the consequences that followed her desperate attempt to save A32. She relived the moment. She tried to intervene, only to stumble into OOH's path, triggering a chain reaction of events that would have far-reaching repercussions. With a mix of regret and determination, Yuna apologized for the trouble she had caused, but OOH reassured her that it was exactly what she needed to do. His words were laced with an undercurrent of investigation, leaving Yuna with the uneasy feeling that this was far from over. As they parted ways, Yuna promised to keep him updated on any new developments and vowed to stay in touch, but the lingering sense of uncertainty and anticipation hung heavy in the air, leaving only one question: what would OOH's next move be? As Yoli's thoughts wander, uncertainty clouds their mind, struggling to predict the fallout from Oatwo's shocking betrayal. Memories of the devastating aftermath at the camp still linger, where Oatwo's wrath had slaughtered many agents after discovering the truth about OO's treachery. It was there that Oatwo's influence on OO became starkly apparent as U honed their battle skills under Oatwo's guidance. And yet, it was OO who ultimately seized the title of Un and emerged as their leader, leaving Yoli to grapple with the weight of these complex relationships and the uncertain future that lies ahead. As Ijin Yu recounted his recent encounter with Un, a newfound sense of purpose seemed to emanate from him. The group's leader had undergone a transformation since assuming command, and those closest to him couldn't help but wonder what drove this change. It started with the discussion of Otwo's rampage, and how Un effortlessly claimed leadership without resistance. The debate that followed was tense, as members struggled to adapt to their new circumstances. Meanwhile, Ijin Yu shared his personal experience with Un, revealing a man almost unrecognizable from his former self, one who seemed genuinely happy for the first time in years. It wasn't hard to see why. He had finally found solace in being reunited with his family. As Ijin Yu ponders his past decisions, the weight of guilt settles upon him like a shroud. He relives the moment he attempted to save Yuna Shin, a memory that still haunts him to this day. The words of 5, "You feeling guilty isn't going to change anything," echo in his mind, piercing through his emotional turmoil. The futility of changing the past becomes starkly apparent as he confronts the reality that what's done is done and can't be undone. Yet, Un's recollection of his own words, "I had to save her," serves as a poignant reminder that even in hindsight, he still believes it was the right decision at the time. As Ijin Yu's frustration grows, he calls out to 5, demanding their attention. But instead of responding immediately, 5 hesitates, seemingly lost in thought. Ijin Yu's apology rings hollow as he tries to make sense of the distraction, and his anger boils over when 5 finally responds with a cryptic message that only adds to the mystery. It's clear that something is weighing heavily on 5's mind, but what could be so important that it overshadows their training? As the quote warns, a flawless record is no guarantee of success, for one careless moment can spell disaster. Ijin Yu's attention begins to wane as he struggles to focus on his duties, exhaustion weighing heavily upon him. 5 senses his colleagues' fatigue and advises him to head home, but Ijin presses on, only to be interrupted by a mysterious figure, presumed leader of the camp, who inquires about the matter at hand. Amidst this tense standoff, Yuna Shin intervenes, attempting to mediate the situation as Yuna Shin looks on with growing concern while forest agents lurk in the shadows, their intentions unclear. As Ijin Yu pored over surveillance footage, the gruesome aftermath of a violent encounter replayed before his eyes. Yuna Shin entered the room, her concern palpable as she asked if any progress had been made on finding the missing numbers. 2's revelations sent shockwaves through their conversation. They'd been tracking movements that suggested someone might still be alive amidst the camp's ongoing operations. Yuna Shin joined the discussion, his skepticism evident as he dismissed the notion of survival. But Mad Dog, the leader of the camp, was adamant that it was ridiculous to even consider such a possibility. As tensions mounted, whispers of rival military organizations like the forest agents hinted at potential conflicts on the horizon. As Ijin Yu was dragged away from the forest clearing by the forest agents, he found himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, including 5 and 6. Their arrival at the base marked a turning point for Ijin as he faced off against Mad Dog, the imposing leader of the camp. But Ijin's enigmatic silence only fueled Mad Dog's skepticism, leading to a tense standoff between them. Just as it seemed like Ijin's resolve was about to be broken, 32 burst onto the scene, bringing with him a ruthless brand of interrogation that left Ijin shaken but still unyielding. Meanwhile, Yuna Shin watched from a distance, her concern for her brother's well-being growing more pronounced by the minute. As Ijin Yu's desperate escape attempt is foiled by the relentless pursuit of the forest agents, he finds himself at the mercy of his captors. Led by a ruthless figure known only as Mad Dog, the agents bring him back to their base where he's subjected to intense interrogation. Meanwhile, his siblings, Yuna and Yuna Shin, launch a daring rescue bid but are thwarted by the forest agents' superior numbers. Amidst the chaos, 2 mysterious figures 5 and 6 remain shrouded in secrecy, their intentions unclear as they observe from a distance. As Ijin Yu is dragged away, his siblings are left to anxiously ponder his fate, their concern palpable as the scene fades to darkness. In a tense standoff, Ijin Yu and 5 locked eyes, their rivalry and distrust palpable in the air. Ijin's taunts cut deep, predicting 5's demise with unwavering confidence. But 5 refused to back down, responding with an ominous message on their wrist device that sent a chill down Ijin's spine. The unspoken tension between them hung heavy, like a precipice waiting to be crossed. As the ominous warning from Mad Dog hung in the air, Ijin Yu was summoned to a stern lecture by someone perhaps 5 or 6 about his behavior. Meanwhile, Yuna Shin attempted to break the ice with an awkward small talk, but Ijin remained unresponsive, his demeanor cold and distant. When Yuna suddenly asked to meet up with him, Ijin's reaction was telling. He seemed uncomfortable with her interest, leaving Yuna looking puzzled and uncertain about how to proceed in this tense camp atmosphere. As Yuna Shin approaches Mad Dog, her determination is palpable as she asks to speak with him. Mad Dog agrees, and Yuna's concern for her brother Yongha's safety becomes evident as she reveals his involvement with the camp. But Mad Dog's calm demeanor quickly dispels any worry, claiming that Yongha has since returned to a normal life, free from their plans. Yet, Yuna's distress intensifies, refusing to let them jeopardize her brother's newfound peace. As the danger lurks, Ijin Yu's determination becomes apparent as he reveals that there are only a few safe places left to hide. Yuna Shin, sensing the gravity of their situation, implores him to leave her behind, citing the risks involved. However, Ijin Yu refuses to abandon his comrade, instead choosing to take matters into his own hands and strike first, driven by a sense of duty and loyalty to protect those closest to him. As Ijin Yu recounts his past as a teenage mercenary, the stakes are clear. Revealing oneself can lead to nothing but trouble. In the present, he warns 5 not to make the same mistakes he did, citing the example of 6, whose life was forever changed by sharing too much. But it's not just personal experiences that have Ijin on edge. His concern for 32's ability to live a normal life after being rescued is palpable. The danger of external forces ruining someone's life is a very real one, and Ijin knows firsthand the devastating consequences of revealing too much. As Ijin Yu's thoughts wander back to his troubled past, the weight of his memories comes crashing down upon him. It begins with a haunting revelation. He was once exposed as a traitor while attempting to save A32, an event that had far-reaching consequences for all involved. Flashbacks reveal his life in the camp, where he was deeply entrenched with Mad Dog and fellow comrades 5 and 6, forging bonds that would later be tested by the moral dilemmas he faced. As the present day unfolds, Ijin grapples with the repercussions of his actions, his mind grappling with the complexities of loyalty, duty, and redemption. As Ijin Yu went about his day, a sudden interruption halted his momentum. Appearing out of nowhere, 2 demanded a conversation, their tone icy and unwavering. Ijin's curiosity was piqued as he asked how 2 had tracked him down, but the other party brushed off the inquiry, instead commanding Ijin to take a seat. Unwilling to comply, Ijin stood firm, insisting that whatever needed to be said should be expedited so 2 could leave. As Ijin Yu approaches Yuna Shin with an air of secrecy, he reveals that his presence is motivated by a startling discovery. He shares his findings as a gesture of goodwill towards Yuna, sparking curiosity about the nature of their relationship. The truth begins to unravel as Ijin discloses that 6 is not only alive but also joined forces with 32, shattering Yuna's initial belief in their demise. With each revelation, the tension builds, culminating in a cliffhanger as Ijin's words leave Yuna stunned and reeling from the bombshell. As Ijin approaches the supposed safe zone, a sense of unease settles over him, unaware that he's walking right into an ambush set by Mad Dog and his gang. Suddenly, they emerge from the shadows, their malicious intentions clear as day. "Damn it, I didn't think they'd be waiting here," Ijin exclaims, frustration and surprise etched on his face. The intensity of the situation explodes into a flurry of action as Ijin takes down Mad Dog's gang one by one. With each swift move, he readies himself for the next attack, taking a step forward in preparation for the battle ahead. As Ijin Yu's gaze falls upon the symbol on his rifle, a sudden realization dawns on him. He's out of ammunition. But that shock is quickly replaced by an even greater surprise as 6 emerges from the shadows, their former adversary standing before him with a mixture of astonishment and unease. The 2 share a moment of charged silence, each processing this unexpected reunion, the weight of their complicated history palpable in the air. As Ijin Yu and his team launched a daring operation to rescue 6 from Mad Dog's clutches, they expertly navigated the treacherous terrain of the camp, employing stealth and strategy to evade detection. They finally reached their target, freeing Six from her restraints as she was being held captive in a cage. But their triumph was short-lived, as they soon confronted Mad Dog himself, who revealed his shocking connection to Ijin's grandfather, revealing the motivations behind his relentless pursuit of Six. Despite the odds, the group managed to escape the camp, but not before Mad Dog vowed to continue his relentless chase. As Ijin Yu approaches the gathering of the camp's members, his eyes land on an unexpected figure, who seems to be holding a clandestine meeting with none other than Mad Dog himself. Ijin's curiosity is piqued by this unusual alliance, and he can't help but wonder what secrets are being shared behind closed doors. Mad Dog, ever the connoisseur of psychological manipulation, takes great pleasure in belittling Ijin's skills and stamina, hinting that his time is running out unless he drastically improves. But instead of backing down, Ijin fires back with a bold declaration. He has no fear of death and is willing to take risks that would make even the most seasoned warriors quiver with trepidation. As Ijin Yu sits alone in a dimly lit room surrounded by memories of his troubled past, the weight of his experiences begins to settle upon him. A flashback to happier times with Dae-in Yu flickers into view, but it's quickly replaced by the harsh realities of his traumatic encounters with Mad Dog and the camp. The physical and emotional scars he's accumulated are a stark reminder of the darkness he's faced. But just as Ijin becomes lost in these painful memories, Yuna Shin's voice pierces through the haze, echoing his grandfather's words, "The past is the past, don't let it define you." As if struck by a revelation, Ijin begins to grasp the extent to which his past has shaped him. With this newfound understanding, he makes a bold decision to leave the past behind and forge a new path, symbolized by his resolute determination as the scene comes to a close. Ijin Yu sits in his cell, lost in thought as the weight of his confinement bears down on him. But then a sudden jolt transports him back to his past, reliving memories that had long been buried. He recalls the words of encouragement from his grandfather, which ignite a spark within him, fueling his determination to take action against those who hold him captive. Flashbacks flood his mind, revisiting his interactions with Yuna Shin and Yuna Shin, as well as his former comrades 5, 6, and 32. As the past fades away, Ijin returns to the present, his eyes blazing with a newfound sense of purpose. He will escape, and he will rescue those who were once his allies. As Ijin Yu steps into the tranquil atmosphere of his grandfather's home, he moves with caution, attempting to avoid disrupting the elderly man's slumber. His unassuming presence is met with a gentle awakening, and the two engage in a brief yet poignant conversation. Apologies are exchanged, and a sense of remorse lingers in the air. The grandfather's inquiry about Ijin's workday suggests that he has something important on his mind, but Ijin prioritizes his grandfather's well-being, encouraging him to rest. As the scene comes to a close, a tender moment unfolds, hinting at a possible reconciliation between these two loved ones. As Ijin's thoughts swirl with unease, his concerned expression is met with a gentle inquiry from his grandfather, sensing something amiss. But it soon becomes clear that Dae-in too shares her siblings' distress, as their grandfather probes deeper, searching for the source of their collective anxiety. As we delve into the world of Ijin Yu, a man shrouded in mystery, his enigmatic persona begins to unfold. With a face as blank as a canvas, Ijin's thoughts remain hidden behind an impenetrable mask, giving him an uncanny advantage in his line of work. Nicknamed OCI, meaning no emotions, his stoic nature has earned him the respect and trust of those around him, including Mad Dog, who acknowledges Ijin's unique approach to dealing with challenges. Meanwhile, KK offers words of encouragement, urging Ijin to seek help when needed. As we continue to unravel the intricacies of Ijin's character, one thing becomes clear: beneath his emotionless exterior lies a complex individual, expertly navigating the complexities of his relationships and surroundings. In a dimly lit room, Ijin Yu sits lost in thought, his contemplative expression hinting at the weight of memories yet to come. Suddenly, he is transported back to his idyllic childhood, playing with his younger sister Dae-in and their grandfather in a peaceful setting that belies the turmoil that was to come. The flashbacks continue as Ijin recalls his early days at the military academy where he forged bonds with comrades like Mad Dog 5, 6, and 32. Together, they fought against an unknown enemy, their camaraderie and bravery forging unbreakable bonds. But fate had other plans, forcing Ijin to leave his friends behind and escape on his own, ultimately leading him to join the camp. As Ijin Yu delves deeper into the mystery surrounding Yoon's supposed demise, he can't help but sense that something is amiss. He's troubled by the cryptic information he's received and the seemingly deliberate obfuscation surrounding Oh-Asix's fate. The more he ponders these enigmas, the more convinced he becomes that Yoon's life is far from over. In fact, he hypothesizes that the danger and deception surrounding Oh-Asix's supposed death are all connected to Yoon's possible survival. His suspicions are further fueled by a surprising revelation. Oh-Asix was spotted at Mad Dog, leading Ijin to conclude that not only is Oh-Eun still alive, but also that Six has been playing a deadly game of cat and mouse with the truth. As the truth begins to unravel, Ijin Yu confronts Yuna Shin about his past actions and motivations, his words dripping with a sense of urgency. Revealing that he's been sharing secrets with her because of his loyalty to his former comrades 2 and 6, Ijin's emotions are palpable as he hints at the brutal fate of those who betrayed Oh-Eun. With an air of candor, he vows to be forthright with Yuna from now on, whispering a cryptic message that only adds to the mystery Virit al-Akadmiz. But it's his next question that truly sets off alarm bells. Does Yuna know that OV7 is still alive? The weight of Ijin's words hangs in the air as the stakes of their conversation become clear. As Ijin Yu burst into the room, his unwavering determination set a tone for the tense confrontation that was about to unfold. Mad Dog, the ruthless leader of the camp, stood firm, his cold gaze daring Ijin to back down. But Ijin refused to yield, his voice steady as he accused Mad Dog of willing to sacrifice Yug's life to save a traitor. 6. The air was thick with tension as Ijin's words hung in the balance, and then came his defiant declaration, "Cut the crap and get the hell out of my face." The outcome was far from certain, but one thing was clear: Ijin Yu would not be silenced. As the darkness closes in around him, Ijin Yu's mind begins to wander back to the past, reliving the memories of his former comrades and the events that led to their downfall. He's suddenly transported back to a younger self, fighting alongside 6 and 32 on a mission gone wrong. Flashbacks of their betrayal by 5 flood his mind, culminating in the fateful day they were ambushed and captured, leaving only death and destruction in its wake. The weight of these memories crashes down on him once more as Ijin is returned to the present, his face etched with a mix of emotions, sadness, regret, and perhaps a hint of determination to right the wrongs of the past. As the darkness enveloped him, Ijin Yu's mind began to wander back to a time long past. Memories of his childhood flooded his thoughts, transporting him to a sun-kissed meadow where he played with his sister Dayan and brother Yongha. But as the flashback progressed, Ijin's memories shifted to his teenage years at the camp where he trained under the leadership of Mad Dog alongside comrades like 5 and 6. Glimpses of happier times followed: a warm family dinner with his grandfather and tense moments with his former allies. As the past receded into memory, Ijin's eyes snapped open once more, revealing a complex tapestry of emotions etched on his face. As Ijin Yu stands firm, an unseen force urges him to cease his pursuit, but he refuses to back down, demanding to know who gave the order to stop. The air is thick with tension as flashbacks reveal Ijin's troubled past, illuminating the driving forces behind his unyielding determination. Meanwhile, in the present, Ijin readies himself for battle against Mad Dog and his cohorts, his resolve only strengthening with each passing moment. As the confrontation between Ijin and Mad Dog reaches a boiling point, it becomes clear that this is not a man who will be swayed by threats or intimidation. As Ijin Yu stands before a hidden entrance, he's driven by a crucial tip that OOS, his sought-after source of information, lies within. He implores someone off-panel to reveal OOS whereabouts, but the individual responds with an enigmatic trail of cryptic messages and symbols, leaving Ijin scrambling to decipher their meaning. Flashbacks of past encounters with 6 resurface, potentially holding the key to understanding the mystery. Yet, just as Ijin's grasp on the truth begins to solidify, his surroundings turn hostile as walls begin to close in, trapping him. Panic sets in as he cries out, "May I, oh," and makes a desperate bid for escape, fleeing from the collapsing facility as it succumbs to destruction. As Ijin Yu stands firm against his adversary 8, a surprised visitor arrives at the scene, none other than former comrade and foe 6. The air is thick with tension as 6's pleased demeanor quickly turns to disappointment, criticizing Ijin's decision to hold out against 8, deeming it a shame. Ijin fires back, claiming that if he were in 8's shoes, he would have already broken down in tears. 6 retaliates, reminding Ijin of his own mortality, stating that Atwo's orders are the only reason he's still alive today. The conversation ends with an unmistakable undercurrent of animosity between these two former allies, setting the stage for a potentially explosive confrontation. As Ijin Yu's eyes locked onto his brother's killer, Yuna Shin, a storm of emotions brewed within him. With a fierce determination etched on his face, he approached the culprit with an expletive-laced cry, unleashing his pent-up anger and frustration upon the unsuspecting Yonva. The latter, seemingly unfazed by Ijin's outburst, sneered back at him, boasting that he had always longed to kill Ijin with his own hands. As the sun sets, Ijin Yu's worries escalate into full-blown panic as he frantically searches for his sister Dayan. His anxious thoughts swirl like a vortex, consumed by uncertainty and fear. The usually calm grandfather tries to remain composed, but the tension in the air is palpable. Ijin's pacing back and forth only serves to further fuel his growing desperation. Memories of happy times with Dayan flash before his eyes, leaving him torn between sorrow and determination. With a resolute glint in his eye, Ijin sets out to unravel the mystery surrounding his sister's disappearance, driven by an unyielding desire to rescue her from whatever darkness has taken hold. As Ijin Yu receives a cryptic message, he's met with an eerie silence. He responds, his voice laced with frustration, that he didn't receive any contact, a subtle hint at his earlier attempts to establish communication. But before he can ponder the message further, his thoughts are interrupted by a sudden and ominous appearance of a group of figures, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Ijin's confusion and concern escalate as he grapples with this unexpected turn of events, leaving him wondering what lies ahead. As the silence stretches between them, Ijin's frustration grows palpable as he recounts his failed attempts to contact Atwo since their last conversation. Yuna mirrors his concern, sharing her own struggles to get in touch with the elusive figure. The unusual silence is a stark contrast to Atwo's typically reliable communication, and together they deduce that something is amiss. Ijin reveals it has been 3 days since he lost contact, an eternity for someone as punctual as Atwo. Yuna's suggestion sparks a chilling thought. Could Atwo have fallen into enemy hands? The possibility sends ripples of alarm through Ijin, leading him to conclude the unthinkable: Atwo may be taken captive. As the curtain lifts on this pivotal moment in Ijin Yu's journey, a haunting flashback whisks viewers back to his troubled past, hinting at the significance of this fateful capture. The scene shifts abruptly as Ijin finds himself in the clutches of Atwo, an ominous presence that casts a long shadow over the protagonist's future. With each step, uncertainty and danger escalate, leaving onlookers wondering what drives Atwo's sinister motives and what dark path lies ahead for Ijin. As the story unfolds, we find ourselves transported to the past, where Ijin Yu's mercenary life as a teenager is revealed. But this nostalgic trip is short-lived, as we are suddenly thrust back into the present, where Ijin finds himself face to face with 5, believed to be dead. The tension is palpable as Ijin's emotions run hot, his hostility towards 5 a clear indication of unresolved conflicts from their tumultuous past. Meanwhile, 5 remains eerily calm and collected, his intentions shrouded in mystery. As Ijin Yu walks into the gathering of former comrades, he's met with an unsettling surprise. Everyone else is there, except for him. Confusion etches on his face as he inquires about the reason behind his exclusion. His gaze lingers on Oo, noting their close bond, and can't help but feel a pang of disappointment and frustration at being left out. The unspoken question hangs in the air. What's going on here? What's driving these former comrades to converge without him? As Ijin's feelings of injustice simmer beneath the surface, the tension is palpable, hinting at the potential for conflict and a deeper exploration of their complex relationships. As Ijin Yu emerges from the shadows, he's met with a mixture of surprise and skepticism by Osix, who's eager to know why he didn't lay low until the very end. Ijin's response is laced with a sense of urgency as he reveals that his decision to take action was sparked by Owun's involvement in a mystery that has been haunting him for far too long, the disappearance of his beloved sister, Daein. Osix's confusion deepens as Ijin drops the bombshell, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Owun, thought to be deceased, is very much alive and tied to the tragic event that continues to haunt Ijin. As Ijin Yu's determination to protect his comrades reaches a boiling point, he confronts Five about abandoning their ally, Un. The seemingly tranquil atmosphere is shattered by the storm of emotions that erupts as Ijin accuses Five of pretending to be dead and leaving their comrades to die. But Five's justification, citing a rule that numbers can't kill each other, falls on deaf ears, and Ijin refuses to accept this excuse. With Un's fate hanging precariously in the balance, the tension between these two characters reaches a critical point, marking a dramatic turning point in their story. As Mad Dog's words pierced through the air, Ijin Yu found himself face to face with a harsh reality. The enigmatic figure accused him of being out of his depth, claiming that Atwo was waiting in the wings, convinced of Ijin's own demise. But it was what followed that shook Ijin to his core. Mad Dog revealed that Atwo was using Oog as bait, dangling the innocent life like a lure to reel him in. The weight of this treachery bore down on Ijin, forcing him to confront the dark consequences of his own actions. With Oog's fate hanging precariously in the balance, Ijin was faced with an impossible choice: sacrifice the one who had been manipulated into playing both sides, or risk everything to expose the truth and potentially free himself from the clutches of Atwo. The stakes had never been higher, and Ijin's resolve was about to be tested like never before. As Ijin's thoughts turn to Yuna, a haunting flashback of her previous encounter with Mad Dog lingers in his mind. The weight of his brother Yona's words echoes through his conscience, reminding him that their grandfather would never want this to happen. But amidst the turmoil, Ijin's resolve hardens as he recalls the fear of failure and the potential cost to his own life. Yet his decision is not without its doubts as he weighs the risks of saving Yuna against the danger it may bring to others, including Daein, who would forever be haunted by the possibility of harm. As the darkness enveloped him, Ijin Yu stood firm, his very presence seeming to defy the ominous atmosphere that surrounded him. It was then that 5 and 6 emerged from the shadows, their faces hidden beneath an air of menace. Their voices dripped with suspicion as they confronted Ijin, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Unfazed by the challenge, Ijin stood his ground, his responses calculated and deliberate. The tension mounted as the 3 former comrades faced off, their uneasy silence a stark reminder of the complex web of relationships that bound them together. As Ijin Yu delves into his past, he's met with a shocking revelation. Mad Dog, thought to be long gone, is very much alive. The memories come flooding back as Ijin recalls the moment he encountered Mad Dog on security cameras, leaving him with an unsettling feeling that something wasn't quite right. The truth hits him like a ton of bricks, and his emotions are thrown into turmoil. With anger, shock, and disappointment all vying for control, Ijin confronts Mad Dog directly, struggling to come to terms with the implications of his survival. As the dust settles, Ijin is left grappling with the weight of this new information, his mind reeling from the aftershocks of this explosive discovery. As the dust settles, a shocking revelation unfolds. Ijin Yu, once believed to be gone, emerges before Mad Dog's astonished gaze. But it's not just his reappearance that raises eyebrows. Ijin's transformation is nothing short of astonishing. Gone is the lean and agile operative. In his place stands a man whose weight gain has altered his appearance beyond recognition. Mad Dog's concern is palpable as he struggles to reconcile this new individual with the deadly assassin he once knew. But Ijin remains enigmatic, warning that he alone will bear the burden of whatever peril they are facing, leaving his comrades to wonder what secrets lie beneath his cryptic words. Just as tensions begin to simmer, Yuna Shin bursts onto the scene, her accusations of treachery leveling a devastating blow against Ijin's already fractured psyche. And amidst this chaos, Five appears, demanding answers for Ijin's apparent betrayal, but will anyone be prepared for the truth that lies ahead? As Ijin Yu's thoughts wander back to his fateful encounter with Mad Dog, a wave of regret washes over him. He recalls the exact words that still haunt him, "I'll take care of this." The memory transport him back in time to when he was a younger agent struggling with his own emotions and moral dilemmas. In the past, Ijin's hesitation allowed Mad Dog to escape his clutches, leaving him with a lingering sense of what could have been. Fast forward to the present, Ijin reflects on how far he has come since then, acknowledging that his past experiences have made him stronger and more ruthless. As Ijin's thoughts drift back to his tumultuous past, he's suddenly transported to a flashback sequence that showcases his exceptional fighting prowess. We're treated to a series of flashes that demonstrate his mastery of hand-to-hand combat and marksmanship, leaving no doubt about his formidable skills as a warrior. As the images fade away, Ijin is left to ponder his past and the abilities he's honed over time, his thoughts lingering on the memories and experiences that have shaped him into the person he is today. As Ijin Yu sits alone in a dimly lit room surrounded by cherished memories of his past, the weight of his current situation begins to bear down on him. Flashbacks flood his mind, revisiting moments with his comrades 5, 6, and 32, their bond and camaraderie now replaced with an overwhelming sense of isolation. His thoughts are interrupted by a knock at the door, revealing Mad Dog, leader of the camp, standing outside. With news of Forrest's interest in Ijin, the tension is palpable as he weighs his loyalty to this new development against the connections he's forged with those who have come before him. As the uncertainty settles in, Ijin's introspection deepens, leaving him torn between his allegiances and uncertain of what lies ahead. In a dimly lit room surrounded by the remnants of his past life, Ijin sits in contemplative silence, his gaze drifting back in time to happier moments with his sister Dayan. As he flips through the worn pages of an old notebook, memories of his days as a soldier come flooding back, including encounters with former comrades and adversaries like 5, 6, and 32. The arrival of Yuna Shin brings a brief distraction, but Ijin remains lost in thought, struggling to reconcile his past mistakes with his present circumstances. His mind is torn between the ghosts of his former life and the uncertain future that lies ahead. In a flashback to his troubled past, Ijin Yu's eyes gaze upon the memories that haunt him still. As he stands amidst the familiar surroundings of his mercenary comrades, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washes over him, evoking painful recollections of times long past. With a heavy heart, Ijin struggles to reconcile his tumultuous history with the moral gray areas of his present profession. The weight of loyalty looms large as he ponders whether it's a concept that truly exists among mercenaries like himself and numbers 5, 6, and 32. As the harsh environment seemed to consume them all, an anonymous voice whispered a haunting truth. In this desolate land, we found kinship in our shared struggle. Flashbacks of a bygone era revealed the unspoken pact among those who clung to life together, a promise never to betray one another. But fate had other plans, as the supposed leader broke the trust, leaving scars that would linger forever. Ijin Yu's gaze drifted back to that fateful moment, his eyes heavy with the weight of memories and the betrayal that still lingered in his heart. As the distance between them finally began to dwindle, Ijin's longing for his grandfather's return reached a fever pitch. A poignant montage of moments past flashed before his eyes, illuminating the depth of their separation. And then, suddenly, his grandfather stood before him once more. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ijin was reduced to tears as he beheld the man he had missed so dearly. The grandfather, sensing his grandson's distress, approached him with gentle intent, and a tender reunion unfolded. As they conversed, cherished memories of happier times flooded their minds, weaving together a tapestry of love and longing. In the end, it was a simple yet profound gesture, the grandfather's hand on Ijin's shoulder, that spoke volumes about the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. As the past echoes through his mind, Ijin Yu's determination to improve himself is reignited, a spark that had seemingly dwindled over the past 5 years. Fast-forwarding to the present, Ijin confronts grandfather about his lack of progress, only to be met with dismissal and condescension. Grandfather's words cut deep, implying that Ijin has been wasting time, leaving our protagonist feeling frustrated and defensive. But just as Ijin begins to assert himself, a sudden interruption halts the conversation, leaving the audience wondering who or what is behind this unexpected twist. As Ijin Yu sits alone in his room, his gaze is fixed on a photograph, lost in thought. Memories of his childhood with his grandfather flood his mind, recalling the words of wisdom he was given, "Don't trust anyone." The weight of those words now echoes through his lonely present, where past experiences have left him isolated and disconnected from others. But as he reflects on his circumstances, a new awareness dawns, shaping the path ahead. With determination etched on his face, Ijin's future is set in motion, marked by a decisive choice that will forever alter the course of his story. As Ijin Yu takes center stage, his friends gather around to witness a transformation. With eyes wide with surprise, Aji marvels at Ijin's remarkable growth in combat skills, declaring that there's no way he could have reached this level without actual battle experience. As the camera pans out, we're treated to a series of impressive martial arts moves, showcasing Ijin's newfound agility and precision. Acrobatic stunts and complex attacks leave onlookers stunned as Ijin effortlessly executes each technique with ease. His friends can't help but remark on his remarkable progress, and it's clear that Ijin has finally found his footing in the world of combat. As Mercenary Jin's frustration and suspicion reach a boiling point, he confronts Ijin Yu about his suspicious behavior, revealing a possible conspiracy. Jin demands answers, directly asking Ijin what he's been doing all this time, implying he's been keeping a watchful eye on him. Ijin's nonchalant response only fuels Jin's accusations of disloyalty or deception, as he hints that that guy has been hiding something. But just as it seems the truth will be revealed, Ijin's cryptic response to Jin's inquiry leaves more questions than answers. UIP, a code or acronym shrouded in mystery. The scene ends with an air of tension and intrigue, leaving the reader wondering what secrets are being kept hidden behind closed doors. As Ijin Yu's memories come flooding back, he's confronted by an unknown figure who accuses him of betrayal and becoming a mercenary. The sudden rush of recollections leaves him reeling, struggling to process the truth. Meanwhile, OOS and A32 move towards their destination, leaving Ijin with conflicting signals about what to do next. One group urges him not to shoot, while the other remains cryptic, leaving him torn between two opposing orders. As Ijin Yu's frantic cry of "We've got" echoes through the vast landscape, his allies spring into action, sensing the gravity of their situation. Armed soldiers close in from all sides, their rapid approach depicted in a series of frenzied panels. Yuna Shin and Ijin Yu exchange worried glances as they take stock of the overwhelming odds against them, over 50 men surrounding them from 300 meters away. As Ijin's panic gives way to trepidation, he questions what could have triggered such a massive military response, his face etched with concern as the tension builds. In the dimly lit room, Ijin Yu's focus was unwavering as he unraveled the secrets of the enigmatic millet Arror. His hand moved swiftly across the blackboard, etching a series of codes that slowly revealed a hidden message, Millet Ari Arror top meant. The air was thick with anticipation as he delved deeper into the mystery, but his concentration was shattered by an unexpected intruder. The stranger's whispered words, "Your secret," hung in the air like a challenge, and Ijin's gaze locked onto theirs with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. The scene ended with a palpable tension, leaving the fate of the millet Arrow hanging precariously in balance. As Ijin Yu sits alone in his room, surrounded by memories of his past, he's transported back to a carefree childhood spent playing with Yuna Shin. The flashback fades away, revealing the present-day reality of his isolated existence. But as he gazes upon mementos from years gone by, Ijin's mind begins to wander, revisiting pivotal moments that shaped him into the person he is today. He recalls the first time he met Ijin Yu and how she changed him with her presence. His thoughts then turned to his complicated relationship with his grandfather, a complex web of emotions and unresolved issues. The painful encounter with Mad Dog still haunts him, leaving an indelible mark on his psyche. As Ijin continues to reflect on his past, he begins to see the connections between these relationships, revealing a deeper understanding of himself and the person he's become. As Roger receives his mission briefing, he's told to eliminate every last soul in the target area, a daunting task that weighs heavily on his conscience. But just as he's about to embark on this deadly errand, he's given a second set of orders: spare one person as a last resort. The conflicting directives leave him standing outside the target area, torn and uncertain about what to do next. As Ijin Yu sat alone in the dimly lit room, his troubled expression hinted at a brewing storm. Suddenly his grandfather appeared, his stern face a harbinger of disapproval. The older man's scathing rebuke cut deep, lambasting Ijin for his lack of progress in the mission and implying he was falling short of expectations. Defensiveness flared within Ijin, who launched into a passionate argument, highlighting his own efforts and achievements. But as the conversation escalated, tension mounted, with both sides voicing frustration and disappointment. The air was thick with unspoken emotions, as the weight of failure hung heavy over Ijin's shoulders. As the dimly lit room swallowed the silence, Ijin Yu's gaze was fixed on a cherished photo of his family. Suddenly, Yuna Shin's gentle presence broke the stillness, bearing food and a concerned smile. But Ijin's eyes welled up with tears as the past tore at his emotions, revealing the deep scars he bore. Yuna Shin's attempts to calm him down were met with resistance, but Dae-in Yu's arrival brought a glimmer of hope as the siblings shared a fleeting moment of familial warmth. Just when it seemed like Ijin was lost in his thoughts, Mad Dog's authoritative voice cut through the tension, outlining their upcoming mission, and Ijin's duty-bound resolve rekindled, casting aside the shadows of his past for now. As Ijin Yu slipped into the heart of the enemy camp, his mission to rescue his sister Dae-in became increasingly urgent. With every step, the shadows seemed to grow darker, until he finally stumbled upon the one person he had been searching for, Dae-in herself, being held captive by none other than Mad Dog, the ruthless leader of the camp. But as Ijin demanded answers about his sister's fate, Mad Dog revealed a shocking truth. 5 and 6, two formidable allies, were also trapped within the camp's walls. With tension building, Mad Dog presented Ijin with an impossible choice: join their side or face dire consequences. Refusing to back down, Ijin stood firm, only to be rescued by his unexpected saviors, 5 and 6, who had managed to escape captivity and now fought alongside him against the enemy forces. As the dimly lit room envelops him, Ijin Yu's eyes wander back to a fateful day in his childhood. The memory of a peaceful family picnic in the forest is shattered by the sudden appearance of an abandoned military base, drawing the attention of Mad Dog and his followers from the camp. His grandfather tries to defend their family, but they are brutally attacked, leaving Ijin with a deep emotional scar that still haunts him today. As he recounts this traumatic event, Ijin's eyes betray a sense of vulnerability as he relives the terror of watching his grandfather fight off the assailants while holding onto his sister Dae-in's hand. The memories come flooding back, and Ijin breaks down, overcome with emotion as he reflects on the trauma that has shaped his life. As Ijin Yu ventures deeper into the forest on patrol, he's suddenly ambushed by forest agents, taken captive, and whisked away to a secret location within the camp's territory. Upon arrival, he meets Mad Dog, the enigmatic leader of the camp, who reveals that he's been tracking Ijin for some time. Mad Dog explains his sinister plans to use Ijin as leverage against the rival military organization, setting the stage for a tense standoff between the two adversaries. As Ijin Yu is taken captive by forest agents, he finds himself face to face with Mad Dog, the ruthless leader of the camp. Mad Dog reveals that 6 has fallen into their grasp, a blow to Ijin's already fragile morale. With a scowl, Mad Dog accuses Ijin of causing chaos for his organization and demands an explanation for his betrayal. But Ijin remains resolute, refusing to reveal any information to his captors. The interrogation takes a violent turn as Mad Dog orders his men to beat Ijin into submission, but grandfather's timely intervention puts a halt to the brutal treatment. As Ijin Yu was dragged away by forest agents, his world began to unravel. Ambushed while on patrol, he found himself at the mercy of his captors, led by Mad Dog, the ruthless leader of the camp. With a cold efficiency, they prepared him for execution in a clearing, leaving no doubt about their intentions. But just as the execution was set to take place, grandfather burst onto the scene, his authority and presence enough to halt the proceedings and claim Ijin's custody. Stunned and confused, the forest agents faltered, giving Ijin a narrow window of escape. This dramatic turn of events underscores the precarious nature of Ijin's existence and raises intriguing questions about the complex relationships between characters, particularly between Ijin and his grandfather. As Ijin Yu sits alone on his bed, lost in thought, a poignant reminder of his past with Six appears for him, a haunting snapshot of moments long gone. But the silence is short-lived as Dayan's gentle entrance breaks the stillness, and the two share an intimate moment, their concerns for each other's safety hanging precariously in the balance amidst the chaos of war. As they open up about their pasts, the weight of regret and vulnerability settles upon Ijin, yet it is here that he finds solace in Dayan's words of comfort and reassurance, his strength in the face of adversity, a testament to the human spirit. As the team rallies around Ijin Yu, their mission becomes clear: extract A16 from the enemy's clutches without getting caught. Have we found her location? Ijin asks, his voice laced with urgency. 5 responds gravely, A16 is in a precarious situation. We need to get her out as soon as possible. Dayan and Yonha spring into action, proposing a safe route and enlisting grandfather's expertise. Mad Dog gives the green light, and 5 briefs everyone on the plan. With Yonha and Dayan taking point, the team prepares to move out, ready to put their strategy into action. As Ijin stands victorious over his defeated foes, his dominance is palpable as he delivers a menacing message, daring them not to think that this is the end. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air as he threatens to make sure they pay the price for their betrayal, leaving no doubt about the consequences of their actions. With a warning and a parting shot, Ijin turns his back on his adversaries, leaving them to ponder their next move. As chaos reigns supreme, Ijin Yu finds himself disoriented and disconnected from his team after a disastrous mission. His frustration is palpable as he laments their failure to achieve their objectives, the gravity of which hangs heavy over them like a dark cloud. The truth begins to unravel. They were ambushed by an overwhelming force, leaving their numbers scattered and leaderless. With Mad Dog nowhere to be found, Ijin takes charge, struggling to reassemble the fragments of his team amidst the wreckage of their botched operation. As he reflects on the devastating consequences, the weight of responsibility settles upon him like a mantle, forcing him to confront the dire reality of their situation. As Ijin's gaze lingers on a cryptic message, his thoughts drift back to the past, weighing the consequences of his actions. The weight of responsibility settles upon him as he acknowledges their survival once more, but the uncertainty that follows is palpable. What does this newfound resilience mean for the group's future? As the scene fades to ambiguity, Ijin's inner turmoil hangs in the balance, leaving the viewer wondering what lies ahead for this enigmatic figure and those who surround him. As tensions simmer just below the surface, Mad Dog's imposing figure looms over Ijin Yu, his menacing expression a harbinger of doom. With calculated precision, Mad Dog approaches his target, his words dripping with malice as he accuses Ijin of believing he can abandon their organization without consequence. The air is heavy with foreboding as Mad Dog threatens to make Ijin pay for his perceived betrayal, the very threat hinting at a dark and ominous fate that will send shockwaves through the story. This pivotal moment marks a turning point in Ijin's journey, setting the stage for a grueling conflict that will test his resolve like never before. As Ijin's ears perk up at the sound of a knock, he can't help but feel a pang of nostalgia wash over him. He opens the door to find himself lost in thought, wondering if someone had enjoyed their time with friends. The melancholy tone in his voice hints at a longing for familiar faces, now seemingly out of reach. Meanwhile, an unresponsive figure looms in the background, only adding to Ijin's growing concern. As he asks what's wrong, it becomes clear that his empathy extends far beyond his own thoughts, revealing a deep-seated desire to connect with those around him. As Ijin Yu approaches the entrance of the camp, his determination is palpable, driven by a deep-seated concern for his sister Dayan's involvement with the enigmatic group. But little does he know Mad Dog, the leader of the camp, has been waiting in the shadows, flanked by forest agents ready to pounce into action. The air is thick with tension as Mad Dog emerges, leveling a scathing accusation at Ijin, an attempt to disrupt their operations. Ijin's demand for truth is met with defiance as Mad Dog refuses to yield any information, citing his sister's involvement as none of his business. But Ijin is not one to back down, and he reveals the evidence he has gathered, threatening exposure if they don't cooperate. The response from Mad Dog is a snarl of animosity, revealing a long-standing vendetta between the two. With his resolve hardened, Mad Dog vows to eliminate Ijin as a threat, sending shockwaves through the forest, foreshadowing a conflict that will soon engulf them all.